250 metres or so down the road. I couldn't find the map to show the proposed change in the speed review proposal document, but the wording about the change says an approximately 250 metre extension of the 50k limit is proposed to accommodate the future development area. The southern edge of the future development area is actually more like 400 metres from the existing 50k sign. So if the proposed speed change goes ahead to the southern edge of the FDA, Chamberlain Road will have a speed limit of 50k for half its length and 80 kilometres per hour for the other half. In any case, moving the 80k sign to somewhere around the halfway point of Chamberlain Road would create a road that delivers some confusing messages to motorists, in my opinion. Are they on a suburban road with the appropriate associated speed limit and level of care required? Or are they on a country road where, without a speed camera or any other deterrents like speed bumps, they're free to put their foot down? The straight road and 80k speed limit are already too much to resist for many drivers seeking to bypass the Upper Plain Namatawa roundabout with its 50k limit to get onto Namatawa Road or to the Solway railway station. Ahead of a hearing on the proposed future development area, the council has had speed testing carried out on Chamberlain Road. The data from this testing shows that the highest speed recorded on Chamberlain Road during the testing period was an astonishing 157.5 kilometres per hour, and that was recorded mid-morning. Looking at that report again last night, I was horrified to see how many cars had been clocked travelling at more than 100 kilometres per hour. 28% of the traffic tested exceeded the 80 kilometre per hour speed limit. It shows what goes through some drivers' brains when they see a straight road and an 80 kilometre per hour speed limit. Chamberlain Road is regularly used by walkers, many with dogs, as well as runners and cyclists. Beyond the current 50k speed limit, there's generally no footpath, and you need your wits about you to make sure you're out of the way of vehicles, particularly if there is traffic travelling in both directions. But whoever else is using Chamberlain Road for motorists, the change in speed limit just doesn't make sense. I'm a driver who sticks to the speed limit. That includes sticking to a 50k limit without going too slow or too fast. When I carried out a test to see what distance it would take me to go from 50k to 80k, it took a distance of between 150 and 200 metres. I'm sure the driver who reached 157 kilometres per hour would have done it over less distance. But what I'm questioning is the logic in having drivers spend 200 metres getting to 80 kilometres per hour, which I imagine they will enjoy for another 200 metres at most, before they have to slow down again, either as they reach the 50k limit of heading north or for the giveaway intersection with Westbush Road. Compounding the issue is that many drivers feel that a speed limit is an indicator of the speed they should be travelling at when they pass the sign, except of course this logic only applies when the speed sign they're heading towards shows a higher speed. A lower speed limit sign is merely treated by some drivers as an indication that they should start to slow down. I'm not naive enough to believe simply changing the speed limit to 50k for the entirety of Chamberlain Road will prevent people speeding. But when it comes to the safety of other road users, there is surely a big difference between speeding beyond 50 kilometres per hour and speeding beyond 80. I also believe that the council should use the speed review as an opportunity to consider making the section of Westbush Road between Chamberlain Road and Namatawa Road safer by giving that section a 50k speed limit as well. Drivers turning left into Westbush Road from Chamberlain Road naturally look right before turning, checking for traffic, coming down Westbush Road. They very rarely look left. That puts at risk any pedestrians walking from the left on Westbush Road towards Chamberlain Road, and also cars coming from the bypass along Westbush Road who've moved across the centre line to avoid pedestrians on cyclists on that narrow stretch of road. This puts them into the path of the cars turning left onto Westbush Road from Chamberlain Road. West Bush Road is much narrower than Chamberlain, and yet the current 80k speed limit on both Chamberlain and West Bush roads effectively encourages drivers to approach the giveaway at speed, and then, having taken the corner, increase speed to 80 kilometres for the 300-metre stretch between West Bush and the stop sign at the bypass. A solution would be to change the speed limit on West Bush Road to 50 kilometres.
Councillors.
Thank you.
Sorry. Have you finished, Audrey?
I had about a sentence to go.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Away you go.
Oops. A solution would be to change the speed limit on West Bush Road to 50 kilometres per hour, approximately 150 metres west of Chamberlain Road, to improve the safety on that narrow stretch. To quote the speed limit review proposal document, it's about making our roads safer for all users. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Audrey. I'll just go around to the councillors. We'll start by in alphabetical order and just ask them if they have a question for you.
Sure.
Gary?
No, I'm happy with that.
Brent?
Happy with that. Thanks for the presentation, Audrey.
Yeah.
Okay.
David? Bex?
Oops, David's muted.
Okay.
Audrey, I just lost audio there for a minute, but I have one question. Are you?
Sure.
My name is Bex Johnson. Are you aware of any accidents along Chamberlain Road?
No, I'm not. So
Okay.
I've been here for 3 years. We've been here for 3 years, and no, we haven't.
No, that was an excellent presentation. Thank you very much.
It's okay.
Thanks, Bex. Graham?
Yeah, no, very good presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. Tim?
No questions, and thank you for the presentation, Audrey. It was excellent.
Okay.
Tina?
Only one. Is that particular area used a lot for dog walking?
Yes, a great deal. People do the loop, you know, you go down West Bush, round Donald, boundary, Donald, yeah.
Lynn? Unmute. Chris?
No, well said.
Sandy?
Thank you.
Thanks, Audrey. Very clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've got a very clear presentation, Audrey. Thanks very much. Just one
That's all right.
question I had is,
Sure.
is there, in the new development, is there an exit coming onto Chamberlain Road on that new development?
There is a proposed road to come out. I don't know if you know the area. It's not, it won't be at the end of where the FDA is. It's a little further back. Yeah, but there is a proposed exit road onto Chamberlain Road.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yep.
No further questions. Audrey, I just want to thank you very much
Thank you.
for your very
Not
clear
a problem. I'll head off. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
The next, there's a slight pause and or another 10 minutes for the next person to come on board, and that's going to be Aaron Slight. Lynn, have you got any other things that you want to talk about?
No, I haven't, as I'm frantically trying to think what I've been doing for the last 2 days with Zoom meetings and what have you. I think that was all the update from the EOC. Look, nothing else comes to hand at this stage, Fraser.
Yeah.
I don't know whether Kath has anything further to add on that.
No, nothing further to add.
I suppose, Fraser, we have I think I mentioned it the other day, but just in case I hadn't, we do have the shared services, the 3 councils and Greater Wellington meeting on Friday, and where we will be discussing the process or the structure around a recovery plan. So and whatever is decided, obviously, will come back through the respective council through to each council meetings formally. Thank you.
Okay.
Fraser, could I just make a comment, please? I just want to give an accolade to the transfer station. My wife went in 2 days after it opened again, and she was absolutely surprised and delighted how well everything flowed. So that's a bit of a kudos for the boys down there and the ladies. Thank you.
They manage that process well when you go in there, doesn't it, David?
Yes, no, it was very well organised, and I suspect it might have been different the first day back, but every day since it's been very well organised, and it's flowed very, very, very well.
Good.
Fraser, I see the one down at, oh no, it's all right, sorry. I was looking at the wrong page.
See Aaron's on the screen now. Welcome, Aaron. You have to unmute, Aaron. You're on mute. You there, Aaron?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Yeah. Welcome, Aaron, and to the submissions hearings. And just to let you know that all councillors have read your submission and they have a copy of it in front of them. You're to speak in support of your submission, and it's an opportunity for you to expand on that submission and focus on your key points. You have 10 minutes, of which 7 is for your presentation, and then 3 minutes for questions. And then meeting has been live streamed, as I said, for the first time, and it's been recorded as well. But welcome, and we look forward to your submission. The floor is yours.
Oh, well, we all go. Okay, cool. So yeah, I've never done a submission before, and I'm not so used to this Zoom process. So I'm doing it because I feel strongly about my hometown, as probably most of you know, and what direction it's taking. I've been involved with the CBD upgrade, and on many occasions I've probably been the voice of reason over making change for change's sake. So you have an involvement there. What's the motivation? What's the motivation for these changes in the speed limit? For me, is it council ticking off an agenda, or is it about road safety? If it was about road safety, I would be lobbying the NZTA, and I would be changing the speed limits on the entry to the north end of town. I would be lobbying the NZTA, and I would be making changes to the south end of town with the dangerous intersection at Norfolk Road and Namata Road. So I'm not really sure if it's safety we're really doing, or we're just ticking something off. So that's how I really start. And my knowledge comes from 20 years of overseas travel, of living in different countries, different roading systems, and how things operate. So I'll just go quickly back onto my submission, and you answer the submission by yes, no, or don't know. So it's pretty hard. So the first one with Upper Plain Road, I've just gone no, because this road has been operated like this for, I don't know, 50 years at 100k an hour. Our cars have got better, so they're not as dangerous on the roads. And this is a 15k road to the end of, the end of Plains about 15k. So these locals that live out there and can judge what speed they travel on their local roads. All these places I've looked on the NZTA website, and I've seen no fatal crashes anywhere in these, and what I've been looking, so I can't find a fatal anywhere. But I do go to question 15, which is about Chamberlain Road. There's 250 metres of 80k zone, or whatever it is. I'm not really sure what the sign is, but this should be a rural area. I mean, this is a residential area, so I don't see why we need to ask. This is a 50k zone. It's obvious. It's got to be 50k if it's a residential area. And the other thing that I think we get mixed up with is there should be 3 speed limits. There should be 50k an hour, there should be a medium speed, and there should be 100k an hour. That medium speed should be 70 or it should be 80. Make up your mind, but it should be 3 speeds. We don't need 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 in one region. I mean, let's be leaders in this. Let's do something. If you're in the open area, you know it's 100k an hour. If you're in a town, you know it's 50. We don't need a sign to tell us this. Why have 7 speed limits when we only need 3? Moving on to the CBD, I've put no, 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 no. Council's told us that the travel time won't change. So this means we're doing that speed anyway. We don't need another sign up to tell us to do 30k an hour when we are doing 30k an hour. Why should it penalise somebody going through town at 8:30 at night when there's no traffic? Why should they have to do 30k an hour? I've been involved with the Wairarapa Road Safety Council in the mentoring program and mentoring young drivers. My first driver, he'd never driven a car in his life, and I'm a third drive with him. Third drive, so never driven a car. We drive up Worksop Road. He's speeding because there's nobody on the road. I had to tell him to slow down, to watch the speed limit. We get to the end of Worksop Road, we turn into Queen Street. He drives down Queen Street at 25, 30k an hour because there's no way he can go any faster. We don't need to tell people that to do 30k an hour. So I just don't see putting another bit of signage graffiti up is more distraction to the driver than just doing what we're doing. We put speed humps in there. We put the speed humps in there to slow people down. I mean, what more do we have to do? In saying my knowledge about other places, I had an apartment in Oriental Parade. Oriental Parade was 50k an hour. No one did 50k an hour. They all did 30 or whatever. There's been a death in 2016 in Oriental Parade when the 30k an hour signs have been in place. So what are we going to do now? We're going to make it 15? We're going to make it 10? Accidents happen. People, you can't control it by signs. And just going back, it looks really bad that it's just no, yes, no. But moving on there, just, yeah, still going down to all of the CBD. I just don't see that you can do 50k an hour anyway. Anybody's practical driving skill will let them only drive at the practical speed, which is around the 30k, which has been indicated by the council that travel times won't be affected. Kurupuni, moving on to Kurupuni. In Kurupuni, the judder bars are so close together, there's no way anybody can do 50 at any time. There's no problem with this area. You can't drive at 50k an hour in Kurupuni. So why put another graffiti sign up? Or not graffiti sign, but just something to distract drivers. It's just, to me, it's pointless. It's doing it for doing it sake. First Street, once again, is controlled by the road design. We have judder bars, crossing judder bars to slow the traffic down. We have halfway down First Street, we have a tree that's stuck out in the middle of the road in the design to slow the traffic down. It's done by design. The school areas, this looks really bad because I've gone, no. I'm not trying to injure school children, but every school has a 40k hour sign outside of it. And if we were going to go, this is all about safety, then no one's even thought. All you people think if every secondary school in Masterton, every secondary school, 2,000 secondary school students don't have a crossing outside their school. If this is about safety, we'd have crossings outside our school. That brings me back to the Waipua River debacle where we changed the road design for 4 incidents over 12 years. 4 incidents over 12 years and we changed the road design, or NZTA did, but we can't provide a pedestrian crossing outside our secondary school. At St. Matthew's, you can go to their secondary school at age 11. So from age 11, you're sent to cross the road with no crossing. I mean, if it was about safety, we'd be doing more things like that. So yeah, I'm a little bit confused. The South Road extension, once again, it's 50, a medium speed or 100, that medium speed being 70 or 80. Why do we need more speeds? Why do we need 60? Why do we need other speeds? The coastal area at Riversdale. At Riversdale, you know, I spend time at Riversdale. The speed limit is 50k an hour with judder bars. Do you think by putting a 40k an hour sign up, people are going to go slower because there's a 40k an hour
7 minutes, council. 7 minutes.
The people going fast are the people who are going to break the law anyway. 10k an hour slower speed limit's not going to slow them down. If they're going at 50k an hour of those speed bumps, they're going too fast. So they're not doing 50 anyway. Once again, doing it for doing its sake. Entering towns should be that medium speed. Why do we have to have a discussion if it's 60, 70, 80 or whatever? We use one medium speed, the medium speed being 70 or 80. Then I'll move up to my neighbourhood. My neighbourhood is North Lansdowne, Ardsley, and Milford Downs. And I've gone, don't know, because I don't know how to answer that, because I think it's no, because this is an area where there is no 100k sign. So we just told everybody it's 100k an hour. There's no change to the road signage. It's 50k an hour for what people know. So why would you have to ask us, if you're going to put a sign up there, Why would you have to ask me as a local whether I want it to be 100 or 50? It's a residential area. It's 50k an hour. So we treat it as 50k an hour. I think these just are, they can be answered by themselves. Masterton Castle Point, Tauru Township.
Aaron,
We propose down to 80k from 100k. Well, we use the medium speed that we have designed, the medium speed being 70 or 80, whatever it is. Once again, keep it simple. And then we're going to put the township as 60. It's a township. It's 50. It's not 60. Why would we make another speed for a different, just because it's out of town? I don't get that. So I've just gone through it really, really quickly. And just another thing that I've observed while we've been in COVID times, because our business provides essential services. So I've been on the road a little bit. I've been on my cycle a little bit. And since there's been no traffic behaviour has become very poor. When I pull up at a roundabout now, people have thought the way is clear, and I've had a near collision occasion in my car and on my push bike. Because that's what people do. When Queen Street's busy, people go slow. When Queen Street's not busy, they go a little bit faster. When there's no traffic on the road, people take advantage. This morning's paper, a person was pulled up for doing 65 and didn't stop because the road was clear. They were doing 65 and they made a run. That's another story. But
Aaron, if we could just bring it to a conclusion.
Just one more point on the COVID there. In the first 2 weeks of the COVID shutdown, there were 9 road deaths. There was nobody on the road. It's not about signage and speed. It's about driver behaviour.
Okay. Thanks, Aaron. I'll go around the elected members and see if they have any questions. And I'll start this time with Brent.
Hey, thanks, Aaron. Appreciate your presentation, mate, and some very good and clear points. Good points, mate. Thank you.
David.
Well done, Aaron. Thank you very much.
Bex.
Yeah, hi, Aaron. Great presentation. Makes sense, as I knew it would. Thank you.
Graham.
Yeah, no, very good, Aaron. Thank you.
Tim.
Thanks for the presentation, Aaron, and the passion as well. Cheers.
Tina.
Yeah, really good, Aaron. And I must have been a little starstruck.
Lynn.
No questions. Thanks, Aaron.
Chris. You're on mute, Chris. Sandy.
Thanks, Aaron. I sat with you on the Townsend. I know what a strong advocate you are, and I do respect that you've spent your life driving vehicles at high speed, so you know what you're talking.
Welcome, Tara. You got any questions?
No, interesting. And like usual, you're full of passion, aren't you, Aaron? So, well done, mate. Yeah, I actually agree, to be honest. We don't need to go any faster yeah, thanks for your presentation. And I admire your passion about it. Kia ora.
Gary?
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Just one thing, Aaron. It seems to me the way you're talking that you're looking really to just leave things as they are over the main.
Yeah, for sure. And if we're going to make it simple, let's have three speed limits. It's 50, a medium speed, and 100.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for your time you spent on that presentation, Aaron. It's much appreciated. And you made some very, very clear points there. So thank you.
Thank you all. Cheers and see you around town.
Okay.
Thanks.
Wait. Welcome in, Shay. Can you hear us, Shay? You there, Shay? You there, Shay? You need to unmute.
Right. Sorry, this is a little bit new to me. It looks like, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Shay.
Okay, great.
Thanks very much for coming on and submitting to us. It's very much appreciated. We've got your written submission in front of us and all councillors have read it. And you just speak to your submission and it's an opportunity to expand on that submission and the key points within it. You have 10 minutes. There's 7 minutes for speaking time. At 6 minutes, a bell will ring indicating you have 1 minute to round your presentation off. And there's 3 minutes for questions from the elected members. It is being live streamed and it is being recorded, but we certainly welcome you and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Councillor Malman, and certainly good morning, Mayor Patterson and councillors. Thanks for allowing me to make this submission, especially since it's not part of the original proposal and that this stretch of road is obviously controlled by the NZTA. And I'm certainly aware of the excellent work that's already occurred in this area in a conversation I've had with Councillor McClymont. So, however, with the changing of the speed limits around Masterton, I wonder, does this issue not gain some more sort of airtime as such? And I'd certainly like to make just a couple of points to hopefully reinforce how you see the stretch of road and hopefully maybe to add weight to the work that's already been undertaken by you and the stretch of road and your dealings with the New Zealand Transport Agency. So as per my email, there's certainly been a couple of accidents in the last couple of years as a result of the corner that's just north of Hensel's on that left sweeping bend. So in my opinion, they're lucky not to be fatalities really. And certainly my discussions with other residents when we went to the accidents during the evening and certainly looked at it afterwards, we certainly wondered how those people were able to walk out of those cars. So certainly I think in the discussions with the NZTA, we would hope, and I would hope certainly that sweeping left bend, that's taken into consideration for a lowering of the speed limit from 100 down to a more sensible speed. My second point really is just the usage of the road. And you'll be all aware that Cashmere Oaks is a new residential area. It's not so new nowadays. And more houses are going up. So the sort of usage of the road in this area is certainly going to be increased. And I'm aware that you know of the retirement village that's proposed. I don't think it's proposed, I think it is going to happen. It's going to be built just to the north area of Hensel's. Now, I'm aware of the press that occurred at the end of last year around New Zealand Transport Agency's idea of a roundabout just north of Masterton, which in my opinion is absolutely ridiculous. And I'm pleased that the council rejected that idea from the NZTA. However, I do agree with them that the speed of the road does need to be changed. Elderly turning right for cross traffic that's coming to them that's travelling 100 k's. I think we're asking for a bit of a disaster there, and certainly I think if my late grandmother's anything to go by, the elderly's ability to get across the road into a driveway which would near Hensel's is certainly going to be dangerous if they've got 100 cars travelling 100k coming towards them. I think changing the speed would certainly make that less of an issue. And my last point really is a slightly personal one, and many of you sitting here will know that I am a teacher in a secondary school north of Masterton, and I have pastoral care over many of the students there that are 16, 17, 18. And for want of a better word, they're hitting this corner, which is the speed limit of 100. And you can imagine, at 3:10, you're going to have a number of young people travelling now south into town. They're going to be going around that bend at 100 k's. They're going to be going slightly up the hill, and in about half a second, they're going to be hit with traffic coming in and out of the retirement village. There's going to be potential trucks going in and out of Hensel's, delivering goods and services. There's going to be parents leaving Cashmere Oaks to pick up young children. So I think, if we're going to future-proof this road, then I really do feel that, the speed limit north of Masterton certainly needs to be changed to reflect the amount of usage and the amount of residential and action, I suppose, on that road. And I certainly am aware, and I do appreciate that there has been a lot of work going in with regards to your discussions with the NZTA. And I guess my email and my submission here is really just to hopefully applaud you and hope that you increase that work and continue lobbying with the NZTA to hopefully change that. So I know this is going to bring obviously some economic costs with regards to infrastructure. I know that there might be some kickback. People on Cashmere Oaks, they're going to be suddenly urban, and that's going to increase rates and things. So I'm aware of those, but certainly I believe my points in and around health and safety certainly outweigh the economic considerations in this case. So thank you for listening to me. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Shay. So I think it's a very interesting area that, in the sense of the road signs and the deliberations we had earlier on that section of the road. I'll go to the elected members now in terms of for questions, and I'll start with David.
No, well done, Shay. That's a very constructive submission. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
No, I'm fine. That was great. Thank you. Made sense. Thanks,
Graham.
Very, very good submission, Shay, and it's great that you actually understand that all we can do is lobby NZTA on behalf of our ratepayers and residents. So well done.
Thank you.
Tim.
Hi, Shay. Hey, thanks for doing that, and thanks for taking the time to really care about it. Cheers, mate.
Tina.
Yeah, thanks very much, Shay. And as a frequent traveller down that road and that stretch, it's definitely quite a vexing issue. So thanks for your really well thought out arguments on that.
Lynn.
Thank you, Shay. It's great to have the support, particularly for people who live on that stretch of road. Just quickly though, just to advise that stage 2, which is State Highway 2, is the second part of the speed review that's been done nationwide. So our turn will come with NZTA. So your people like this submission all helps to add to the story. So thank you.
It's pleasing to hear. Thank you.
Chris.
Corona, Shay, points well argued.
Sandy.
Yeah, thanks, Shay. Of course, there's also the fairly new subdivision opposite Cashmere Oaks, which is adding to the congestion.
Yes.
And I fully support everything you've said, but I know Council's lobbying hard, and your support will continue to allow us to do that.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you.
Gary. Gary. I'm going to have to leave, Lynn.
Okay, Fraser. Okay,
thank you.
Fraser just got a couple of technical issues. So have we gone right round? I think we have.
Yeah, I had a technical issue too, Lynn, but fine, Shay, that was brilliant.
Okay, thanks, Gary.
Yes, thanks, Shay. Really well thought out, mate. Good argument. Thank you.
So thank you, Shay. Great that you were able to join us on Zoom and use the technology that's available now for us to talk in this way. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson and councillors. Enjoy the rest of the day. Bye-bye.
So Fraser's gone. For those that may be viewing, Fraser has had a few technological issues with his connection. So he has been working on it for quite some time with the techos, but still not resolved. So I'll take over now, and I think not sure that whether our next speaker's here, which is Michael Birch. Sorry, I'll just check the time. So if we want to turn to page 159, which is Michael's submission in our pack. No, yes, 159. So we're a little bit early, so we'll just need to wait till Michael joins us.
Lynn, the Taru Township, the bridge there is a shocker. Has there been ever any talk about doing the bridge up or widening it? It's just a question I'd like to know. Thank you.
Okay, we can most certainly ask staff about that. It's always been like that, and for ever since I can remember, so I'm sure the staff will note that and come back to you, David.
Yeah, just with a busier road with people going out to the beach when we're allowed to, it's pretty damn dangerous actually, although there is plenty of vision.
Yes, that's right. Okay, I think Michael will be joining us shortly. Yes, he's just connecting to audio now. Good morning, Michael. Can you just ensure that you can hear us?
Hi, Lynn. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so welcome to the hearings. The Chair, Fraser Marmon's just had to slip away with some techo problems, but will be back joining us soon. So I'll hand over to you. We have the submission in front of us and councillors have read it. So I'll hand over to you, 7 minutes for you to present your submission, and then we have 3 minutes afterwards in which councillors may ask questions for clarity. So over to you, Michael.
Thanks, Lynn. I'm just submitting about the Toaru speed limit reduction, and my main point is that the eastern point of the speed limit reduction is could be moved a short distance further to the east, about 400 metres, which would enable 2 more turn-offs to be included in the 80k zone. The next turn-off to the east after that is another 3 kilometres. So it kind of makes sense to include those 2 extra turn-offs. And I have a little bit more detail about that. The point where it's planned to put the eastern speed point at the moment is right beside Nigel and Bridget Fleming's house. And they've got 3 young children all at primary school who catch the bus, and so cars doing 100k, not particularly safe. And if those cars had 400 metres to slow down to 80k's before they get there, would be a lot safer. Now I had a couple of photos on a PowerPoint. I'm just wondering if they can be brought up.
Harriet, are we able to show those photos?
Yes, I'll just share the screen now, Lynn.
Thank you.
Apologies, I'll just try and get this sorted.
It's fine, Harriet. Michael, I'm not sure if we're able to get the photos up, but do you have the map?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you have that to hand? Is that any use for you, or just in case the photos can't be shown?
No, the photo is really just to illustrate the turn off to our drive, and also the little hub where I sort of recommend to put the speed reduction. It just kind of shows, it illustrates why it's difficult getting out of our drive, because people coming in from the coast only have a short time before they see our car turn out onto the road. And it's also dangerous for people going the other way out to the coast. If they're heading away from Masterton and try to overtake, well, for a start, they haven't got many options for overtaking from Bennett's Hill onwards. And so they can get quite impatient. By the time they get to Tauri Village and get over the one-way bridge, they're ready to scream out to the coast. So they try to overtake us just as we're trying to turn off into our drive. We have no room on the left to turn off and to let them pass us. So we force them to slow right down just as they're trying to overtake us. And so it kind of, yeah, I think 400 metres further east would get rid of that problem quite nicely.
Okay, I think the photos haven't, it doesn't look like we're able to share those on screen. So Michael, if there is anything further that you want to add, we will get to see the photos, but unfortunately not just at the moment. But
yeah, I mean, people who know the road will understand, I think, so that's fine.
Okay. If there's nothing further, I'll just go to councillors for any questions, if you're happy to take any questions of clarity. So
Yeah,
sure. I'll go round. Gary?
No, I'm fine. Good presentation, Michael.
Brent?
No, thanks, Michael. It's great to get a on the spot viewpoint of that. So appreciate it. Thank you.
David?
Now, well done, Michael. I just mentioned a minute ago about the one-way bridge, which may need attention at some stage, but well done.
Bex?
No questions for me. Thank you, Michael.
Graham?
Yeah, very well done, Michael. And one of your other neighbours out there has actually been lobbying me about this issue for probably 4 years now, so well aware of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Fraser? I'll move to Tim.
No questions, Michael. Thank you for the presentation.
Tina?
Really succinct. Thank you very much, Michael.
Chris?
Oh, Kira, Mike, no, I'd agree. Your drive's tricky.
Sandy?
I will need to see the photos, Lynn, to understand exactly where he is, but I fully hear what he's saying about the danger of his driveway. So yeah, thank you for presenting.
And Tito?
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate your attendance today. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael, for presenting, and we will get to, as I said, we will get to see those photos, particularly for those councillors that may be not as familiar with the road. So thank you very much for your presence today and your submission.
Thank you, Lynn. Thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, and I'll hand back to Chair Councillor Mailman, who has now joined us.
Yes, thanks very much, Lynn. I hope that doesn't occur again. We have welcoming John into the hearings. Yeah, John, you're muted. Just press the mute button. Can you hear me, John?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thanks very much. And John, welcome to the submissions hearings, and the council have read your submissions, and they have a copy in front of them. You're to speak in support of your submission, and if you wish to, you can expand on it and focusing on the key points. You have 10 minutes, 7 minutes for speaking, and 3 minutes for questions from the elected members. And the meeting has been live streamed and recorded. So I'll leave it over to you, John, to speak to your submission.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the speed review. In essence, we are in total agreement with the proposals that covers Riversdale Beach. So that the whole village moves to 40k. But we've also made some suggestions in terms of whether we can have the speed limit apply further out from the beach. As you come into the beach, there's a whole new group of houses being built, and we'd like to see that speed limit applied probably about 100 metres down the straight before you get to the beach. There's a whole lot of new houses there and driveways and so on, and we think it's important that people are at a slower speed. So that was our first suggestion. Second one was not necessarily directly related to the speed, although it is a case of trying to keep people's speeds down to a reasonable level in the village. For probably 9 months of the year, 40k speed limit would be absolutely fine. But for 3 months of the year, when we've got visitors here, the temptation to speed where there are no speed humps is just too much for some of them to bear. They've got their quad bikes out for the first time for the summer, and the motorbikes, and therefore we would like to suggest that further speed humps be installed where they are in existence. So that was the essential submission that we were making. We'd also like to suggest that we need a few more road markings. We've got lots of intersections that come, for example, down to Blue Pacific Parade, but when you do a right-hand turn, there's no indication of where the centre of the road is, and therefore people again tend to cut the corners. Probably not so much an issue in town, but it is here because we don't have footpaths and people tend to be walking on the road. So that was the main thrust of our submissions. Any questions?
Yeah, thanks, John. Has any elected members got questions? I'll go through the order. Start with Bex. Okay, Bex. Graham. Tim.
No, no questions. Thank you, John.
Tina. Lynn.
No, thanks for the submission, John.
Chris.
Yeah, interesting idea that having a different regime for 9 months and 3 months. Yeah.
Sandy.
No, thanks. Very clear.
Tyrell.
No, but I will say that I have been one of those pedestrians that walk along the road in Riversdale. So kia ora, thank you for your submission.
Gary.
Yeah, just checking. This is a submission from the Ratepayers and Residents Association, John, as well, is it?
Having some trouble with the link there.
That's okay, I can check.
Okay, Brent.
Yeah, John, if you can still hear me. So you're talking about the 100 metres sort of west of the entrance to where the camping ground is. It's a proposal to move that speed limit.
We're losing you, John. We can't hear you.
Sorry, John. Yeah, we haven't got any sound, but if you can hear me, yeah, that makes perfectly good sense. And like Tiro mentioned, I too have been one of those pedestrians walking on the road. So thank you very much for your submission.
David?
No, it's a very popular place now. So no, good submission from a very good bunch of people too. They're doing a good job out there. Thank you.
Well, thanks, John, for the submission. I'll leave you now, and so we can perhaps if we can sort out that sound that we've lost from you. I'm going to now go on to John Keane and Chris Garland, and welcome both of them on in terms of their submission regarding Castle Point. So welcome, John, and welcome, Chris.
Morning.
You're muted, John.
Good morning.
Good morning. Guys, in terms of the submissions, the councillors have got your submission in front of them and has read it. You're to spend your time in supporting your submission and opportunity to expand on the key points. You have 10 minutes, 7 minutes for speaking and 3 for questions from the elected members. I've got to remind you, it's been live streamed and it has been recorded. We welcome you both and we look forward to what you have to say.
Thank you. Our submission was based on, it's from the Castle Point Ratepayers and Residents Association. So when we saw the proposed speed review, I canvassed all the committee, which is residents and batch owners at Castle Point. And there was a strong feeling that if you're going to reduce the speed limit to 40 kilometres an hour, that it should be reduced to 30 kilometres an hour if you're going to go down from 50 kilometres. So we have the settlement itself is very compact, as everyone knows. We have recently, with the council, worked and put the footpaths in, but the footpaths are very close to the road. Other roads up Guthrie Crescent have no footpath, and again, like I just heard on the similar submission at Riversdale, the road is shared by foot traffic and vehicle traffic. In my submission, I've just covered off a few of those things, like there's no berm sort of side on the road. The road doesn't have even room for parking sort of thing. So it just seemed common sense to us that that if you're going to make the effort to do a speed reduction, and based on the idea of safety, that it would be a lot safer at 30 kilometres. Most people travel below that speed anyway. The speed humps have got 25 kilometre speed restrictions or signs, warning signs on them. So on the submission, I think I've covered off most of the reasons, like the cycle traffic, visitor numbers, as we know, increase and decrease throughout the year. And we just see no need for anyone to be going over 30 kilometres an hour. In fact, 30 kilometres an hour, most people travel way below that. So if you're going to have a rule, let's make it sensible. I did note there was some stats out, and the average speed limit in the Castle Point area, urban area, was less than 30 kilometres an hour anyway, once some of the stats that have been measured. Yeah, so really it's just to support that. We just see it as a common sense thing. The campground is at the westerly end of Jetty Road, and a lot of traffic from there, foot traffic. Again, no footpath. And yeah, basically it's an opportunity if someone's got some questions or cannot see our submission, or question some of our submission. That's why I've actually chosen to actually come online and speak to you. The other thing is that at present, as the council is probably aware, we are working with Greater Wellington Regional Council to get some relief on driving on the beach at the lagoon area. And we're going through a mediation process at the moment. And it's just to provide a venue for visitors to drive and for families to have a venue to visit Castle Point and go to the lagoon area. If we have a 30-kilometre speed limit, that would carry on to that that reserve area as well, and just at the lagoon. So yeah, any questions really? It's short and brief. I think I've covered. I'm not going to go through everything that I've written down. Everyone's read it presumably. Yeah.
Yeah. Chris, have you got anything to say?
Oh, no, you make some good points, John.
Thank you. Thanks, John. And I'll go just around to the elected members in order. I'll start this time off with Bex.
Thanks, John and Chris. I think it's an interesting point you make that the average speed is under 30 k's anyway, which shows people that are respecting the area, which I think is fabulous. But thanks for your submission. No questions.
Graham?
Yeah, thanks for the submission, John. As always, you're always very passionate about Castle Point, so well done.
Tim?
No questions. Thanks, John. Thanks for your time with us too.
Tina?
Yeah, thanks, John. It was really interesting.
Lynn?
Thanks, John and Chris. And Chris, just quickly, submissions aside, apologies. I have got the responses that you have asked for, and I will get that. It was sent to me last week, and I will get that response out to you. So just apologising for my delay.
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. I realise you've got a lot on your plate.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, apologies to the other Chris. I know which one you're speaking to now. So yeah, well said, both of you. Yeah.
Sandy.
That's very clear. Thank you.
T-Rail.
Thank you for your submission. Hilda.
Gary.
Yeah, thanks, fellas, and a lovely backdrop, Chris.
Brent.
Thanks, guys. All pretty clear. Thank you.
And lastly, David.
No, thank you very much. No questions. Well done.
Yeah, and I'm the same. Well done, John and Chris. Good to see you. I hope you. Did you catch anything when you took that photo?
We always catch something. No doubt about that. We're not allowed back in until we have.
We're dying to get back out there. Yeah, that's the problem.
Right, well, we'll let you go so you can get out there as soon as you're finished here. So well done and many thanks for your submission.
I have been asked to sneak one other thing in, and we haven't put a submission on it for the annual plan, but there is some concern when I was asking about the speed about the rate increase at Castle Point. So I'll just sneak that one in. And the justification for it, it doesn't seem to hold up if it's just for roading or there's a premise that it's just to improve the roading out there, and we know that the trucks are beating it to hell. Yeah. Just sneak that one in.
I'll let you sneak that one this time.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much. Yeah. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks. Welcome back, John. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
We can't hear you.
Sounds like his volume's turned itself down.
Yeah. I think he needs to increase his volume on his speakers.
Just see if you can increase your volume on your speakers. No.
Muted at your end.
Use chat.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can now, John.
Oh, okay.
So welcome back. I won't go through the points I made previously, but yeah, and just to say that we have read your submission, and we'd like you to expand on that. And the floor is yours. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No, we're not getting any sound.
Can you hear me now?
Can I suggest you might want to move closer, John? Does that help? No.
Is there perhaps something covering the computer mic, like a piece of paper or something?
No, not at all. Hello?
Just.
It's good now.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, we didn't do anything at our end, so I'm not sure what happened there.
No.
No, you're fading out again.
Playing up, that could be it. Because we haven't changed anything at this end.
You're really loud now.
The difficulty is, John, you fade in and out. So we hear a little bit, then we hear nothing. So I'm not too sure what the answer is.
If he calls on his phone and uses the visual on his computer, then we can get his audio into the submission.
Sorry, we're not changing anything at this end, so can you hear me?
Barely.
I've just got my wife off the internet, so see if that helps.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. It may be just the internet connection. Can you hear me? Just hang on a minute, I'll get my wife off the phone. No, tell her. She's off.
One of those things. Can I make the suggestion that Bex did, and that's to phone in? If you phone the number in the invite, then we'll at least have your audio clear. Fraser,
John, did you get the message from Kath and Bex regarding phoning in, so we get the audio?
No, I didn't.
Still, we can't hear you.
So John, can I suggest you use the phone number that was with the Zoom email and phone in?
John, can we suggest that you leave the meeting?
Yeah, I think so.
Leave the meeting now and sign in, and Harriet will give you another time to sign in.
Okay.
Would that be right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thanks very much.
I've just gone to no screen because my internet's going unstable, so I'll do that periodically when it happens.
Can I just interrupt for a minute? I had a problem with a webinar and I could hear it, but they couldn't hear me. So when I phoned in, I could still view everything on the video, but I could speak directly through the phone. So that may be one way of sorting that out.
I'll let Harriet sort that out with John.
Yep.
We're certainly well ahead of time.
Where's the morning tea, Harriet?
Should we take a break to get a cup of tea or coffee? Because we've got plenty of time.
Yeah, sounds good.
What time's the next one? Sorry, I haven't got my paper with me.
11:30 is Ian Gunn.
Okay.
Unless Harry gets the problem sorted out with John in the interim.
So do we just leave it connected?
Yeah, I just leave it connected and then quickly go and get a drink. Yeah.
Okay.
Fraser, I'm going to disconnect to reset up in another position, so I'll have to rejoin.
Okay. Marion, can you make me another cup of tea, please?
Can you hear me now? But not on, it's not coming through the computer screen.
Hi, John. Yes, I can hear you clearly now. That's great.
Loud and clear, John.
I don't know what's going on. We've logged in and logged out again, so we haven't changed anything.
It may have been your connection. That's something that it's always problematic, eh?
Right. We can blame Spark, not the council. Are you ready for me to go again, or are we waiting?
I think we're waiting. Fraser's just gone to grab a cup of tea, John.
Yeah, a few of us had gone to go and get a cup of tea. Sorry.
Very sensible. You caught me by surprise because we weren't due to be on till 11:10. So.
Everyone's been as succinct as you. I think that's and pretty well spoken, mate. Straight to the point. It's good.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good. See, that's the benefit of these meetings.
Yeah. Is Chris, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Chris. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I just checked the other elected members, John. Chris, are you there? Tina? Graham?
Yeah, I am there. I am there.
Right. Gary? Bex? Yeah, there's Chris. Gary? Tina? Graham?
Elected members will need to restart their videos.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yep.
Yep.
Good, Sandy. We're all ready to go.
All right, you ready for me?
Just got a couple more to come on.
Okay.
David, are you there? Bex? Tina? Yeah, David, that's great. Bex, are you there? Tina? Then I think we'll make a start. Here's Bex, and Tina's repositioning. Okay, welcome back, John, and apologies for the little hiccup there, but we look forward to your submission. The floor is yours. We can't hear you again.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You can now.
Oh, okay, well, we aren't touching anything, so we're not sure what's going on.
Yeah, come closer to your speaker.
Can you hear me now?
Barely.
I don't know what's going on because it was working fine before.
Chair, can I suggest that we take that John phones in as Beck suggested earlier?
Yeah.
And we'll be able to hear him.
John, can you phone in, please? Because we can't hear you at all. Then would it be appropriate to hear John's submission at a later date?
We can reschedule, John. I suggest maybe we've got a bit of time, may get a bit of time later in the day.
Yeah.
And then if Harriet can discuss with John how to phone in. I mean, if I had my phone here, he could phone my number, but I think I must have put my phone up in the lounge. If somebody's got their cell phone handy to them, Harriet lets them know the number, if they just ring that, all you need to do is hold your cell phone up and close to your own microphone, whoever he's ringing, and we'll be able to hear him as good as gold.
Shall I give him Harriet's number to ring? Right. John, can I suggest you go back out and make contact with Harriet, and we'll set up a time later on to do it. We'll have some time after 3. Or you're ringing now?
You hear me?
Sorry?
What number is it?
4988.
It's New Zealand.
It's most probably easier if you just
we'll do that.
If we reschedule another time.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
Okay.
We've still got a little bit of time. The sleeves, we've got to wait for Ian Gunn to come on. Problems with technology.
So Fraser, up to submission number 218, page 186, correct?
186?
Yeah.
Which submission are you talking about, Brent?
Be submission number 218 or page 186.
Grant Perry. He's
the one
withdrawn.
Oh, he's withdrawn. Sorry. It's the next one over. Thank you.
Ian's submission is on page 230. I think. Yeah. Yeah,
Gotcha.
Ian's submission's on page 230.
Wonderful. Thank you.
It's been scheduled. Sandy, you back? It's good, Bex. Yep. Sandy, Tim. Just waiting on Graham.
I'm here, Fraser, just hiding. I'll have my cup of tea.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, it's John Christie here.
Oh, John.
John is back online.
Oh, thanks very much, John. We'll let you go straight into it.
Okay, look, I haven't got the Zoom video up at the moment, so we'll just bat along. Before I start, when I did the speed review, I didn't get an opportunity to introduce Kath Green, who's our treasurer, who's with me. So apologies for that. Look, you've thrown me a bit, so I'll just carry on.
Don't worry. No, you didn't want to do that.
Can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to try and get started. I think we've got two things going on here. Can you hear me?
Yes, just.
Okay, I think I've got both computer audio. We've got all sorts of things going on here.
Chair, can I suggest that John closes down his video? It just comes in by phone.
Sorry, Lynn, what was that?
It's too late now, but because he's hung up, I had suggested that he close his video and just speak to us by phone.
Right. John, we're still having difficulties. Could you, if you sign out and make connections with Harriet, and we'll put you another time. We're now just waiting on Ian. He should be in that, coming in shortly. You there, Ian? You have to unmute. You need to unmute, Ian.
It worked?
Yeah, are you there, Ian?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. We can hear you now.
Okay.
Right. Welcome to the hearings of the submissions, John. All the councillors have got your submission and have read it. You just speak in support of your submission, and it's an opportunity also for you to expand on the key points of it. You have 10 minutes, 7 of which is for speaking, and after 6 minutes, the bell will go, and you'll have 1 further minute just to round off your submission, and then the elected members have 3 minutes to ask questions. Excuse me. And the meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Okay, you all set to go?
Yeah, fine. Thank you.
Okay, Ian, good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you. Morena to everybody. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm here representing Sustainable Wairarapa, a group of about 20 to 30 individuals interested in the sustainable development of the Wairarapa. We are look at things from the point of view of the economic, social, cultural, and environmental. And why we made the submission is that, as you all know, COVID-19 has crept up on us with a big bang, and the world has changed since you developed your annual plan. And we think that given the profound impact of the pandemic, that you should pause and review your annual plan. And in doing that, we'd like you to take a principled approach. And we've given you an example of an approach that Andy Duncan has done in terms of water. But in terms of your other projects, we think that you could follow the Cape Raworth model, which is donut economics, which sounds complicated, but can be simplified to 2 main streams, looking at the equality and social justice of things, and the other aspect is the environmental and sustainability of projects. And we think that that would deliver good outcomes for us as a community. Now, we know there's a pressure on you guys in terms of delivering so-called shovel-ready projects. We don't like that term. We'd much rather it be something like technologically savvy or something like that. And we note that in the last couple of days, Oxford University has put out a report where it has shown that the green economy packages will repair the economy and climate change. And comparing green stimulus and traditional stimulus, there are more jobs, higher short-term returns, and increased cost savings as a result of green stimulus. So we think you should be looking at that. And one of the things you can look at is in terms of your greenhouse gases, how will these projects achieve a zero carbon emissions by 2050? 2050 is not far away. Just think back to the year 2000. They give the highest return. And these are projects like insulating homes, improving the electric charging network, redesigning roads for cycling, and you have the opportunity through the Innovating Streets program, planting trees, Palliser to Pukaha to Palliser Alliance is there to assist in that, and also expanding broadband, which allows people to work at home. Those sorts of projects, they need large-scale deployment of people with low to moderate skills, and they benefit climate change, and they will boost the economy. So that's the green infrastructure, but there's also a blue infrastructure. And we think that there's an opportunity through these projects to tackle some of the blue infrastructural issues in Masterton. And they are around the leakage, which is occurring in the public water supply and the sewerage. Looking hard at the wastewater treatment processes we operate in town, and stormwater. Stormwater is going to become a larger issue, especially as the town has become more dense. So there's more permeable surfaces, and that will increase the runoff out of the system and will put the pressure on the base flows of the streams and things through Masterton. And I know that Henley Lake has been a challenge for you guys. We have to do things to improve the base flow, not reduce it. And given the drought we've just been through over this past year, we think this needs to step back and really have a hard look at water, how we use it, where it's from, and where we will get our best value for our buck in terms of spending on water. And the last thing is in parks and reserves. We've all been walking around in this past month or so, or 6 weeks, and the explosion of people walking suggests, and cycling suggests that we can improve and add to the parks and reserves network. That's about it for the moment, Fraser.
Thanks, Ian. Much appreciated. I'll just ask the elected members in turn if they have any questions, and I'll start off with Graham.
Sorry, yeah, not keeping up with the order here, Fraser. You know, excellent, Ian. One thing that's really hit me is the fruit trees that we planted up 4th Street, and how you feel about continuing those sort of things, planting that useful trees, not only for bird life and that, but for people.
Well, there's a lot of work being done to show that you increase the amount of trees in town, and it reduces the temperatures through the town. So it reduces the heat which is driven off the streets, the asphalt and things like that.
Thanks, Ian. Tim?
No questions, just a comment though. I like the way you've looked at what people are enjoying doing now during this COVID in terms of cycling and walking. Thank you very much, Ian.
Lynn?
Thank you, Ian and Sustainable Wairarapa. Some really well thought out ideas there. So thank you very much.
Be music to Chris's ears.
Yeah. It won't surprise me if I give you a clap, Ian.
Yeah, Sandy?
Yeah, thank you, Ian. And I certainly hear the green stimulus conversation, and it is top of our minds, to be fair. Don't like the shovel-ready sort of terminology either, but it's what's out there. I just want us to make the best use of the information you've supplied, so thank you.
Kira?
Yeah, I just kind of thank you, Ian, very much for your submission and your presentation today. I wanted to know, if we're looking at stimulating the economy, what are your thoughts about how it's sustained? You've given some brief ideas around that and within your submission, but yeah, how do you see the sustainability of it?
That's a big question, Tira. And it'll take.
You know me.
Well, currently we're looking at a dark hole in terms of where we're going to work, how we're going to raise money, and we need to have the projects that I've suggested are projects which are quick and easy to start, which generates money, which puts money into the community, which allows us as a community to go forward. What we don't want is great big projects which require us to keep on funding them forever. We want to do it once and do it right, I suppose. That would be one of my things in terms of achieving sustainability.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Gary?
Yeah, a lot of very good points, Ian, as usual. Thank you very much.
Brent?
Ian, thanks very much. In particular, I liked your suggestions around increasing your parks and green spaces, the cycle tracks, etc., and interesting comments, particularly on the stormwater going forward as well, Ian. So thanks very much.
David?
No, well done, Ian. Very constructive as usual. I do like your ideas of the wastewater plants, and obviously we should look at the HIC proposal again, reopening Taratai and the rapid transport. I think it's all very constructive and well done. And I'm a bit like Chris, I might even give you a clap.
Well, I mean, I didn't say anything about East Taratahi in my presentation, even though I've got it written down here on my notes. I think that East Taratahi needs to lift from being a training college to a research institute, so that we as a farming community are on top of where we're going to go and are aware of the challenges which face us. Yeah.
Well, it could be both, Ian, couldn't it?
Yes.
Thanks, Ian. Bex?
Thank you, Ian. I really enjoyed reading your submission, and I also welcome your ideas and suggestions that you made. They're fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. No, thanks, Bex, and thanks, Ian, for your presentation. Well thought through. Have I missed you, Tina?
Yep. It's hard to do, isn't it? Ian, yeah, I'm a bit like Bex. I thought your submission was really, really good. There's some very good, strong kernels of some strong ideas there. And I certainly want to talk to you more about Pukaha to Palliser. I think there's a lot of ideas out there that are very similar to that, and we need to bring everyone together to make that happen. So that's my personal view. So I want to be able to talk to you at a later stage around how we can do that.
Sandy?
Ian, can I just ask you, your comments about research at Taratahi, you see a relationship there with Massey, or how do you see, I mean, I can't see that that's possible with the small institution it is in the current level of funding. Can you just expand on that a bit for me?
Well, I would see that you would link to a research institute, and probably the one that you would link to is Lincoln University, because Lincoln University is based in the eastern side of the country. And I personally have done a bit of research about a guy called Doug Avery in Kaikoura, and he went through droughts for 5 or 8 years, and he changed his farming operation and became the Farmer of the Year in the South Island about 5 or 6 years after a big change. And Lincoln University were the people that stimulated and encouraged him to make those changes. And there is a professor there, I think he's Professor Moot, and he talks about the requirement for this along the whole of the east coast of the New Zealand, because we're on the lee side, so it's going to be drier, and we need to adapt and change. And each area has its own special characteristics in terms of its resources. So what's appropriate in Kaikoura may not be appropriate here, but applying those principles and ensuring that our farming community has a strong basis to work on, I think is important.
Thanks, Ian. We'll leave it there, and thank you very much for your submission. It's got a lot of food for thought, and we appreciate the input that you've had into that. So thanks very much.
Okay.
Shovel worthy may be a better term than shovel ready.
No, technologically savvy, Chris.
Thanks. That's the end of the submission, Chris. Thanks very much. We now have John back online on the phone, so we'll switch to him now.
What do I do?
Yeah, it's John Christie here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, did you just want me to get straight into it? Because
yes, please.
Okay, well, look, just really, I think we put in a reasonably comprehensive submission in terms of what our concerns were. I don't envy you at this time trying to keep everybody happy doing an annual plan, but we felt that we had to register our concerns about the level of the rates increase out here. It's a long history of rates increases out here. I know personally this will mean my rates have increased by 33% in 3 years. Our major concerns were around the sewerage increase. Again, I've detailed that in our submission. We assume that interest and depreciation hasn't changed, and therefore any increase must be related to operating expenses, and we're wondering why that's happening. 17.6% increase in refuge and recycling. We certainly haven't had any explanation as to why that might be. And then we come to roading, have some sympathy there. I think the damage has all been done by the trucks. And while a 6% increase is double inflation and not outlandish, when you live at Riversdale, my roading rates is over $1,000, so it's nearly a third of my rates bill. So look, that's probably all I need to say at this point. And really I only came back in case anybody had any questions.
Yes, it was a well presented submission, John, and I'll go through the elected members, starting with Tim Nelson.
Thanks, John. Can you just tell me you said there was it a 33% increase in rates in a relatively short time? Can you just
3 years?
Yeah, no, I just used my own example. In 16-17, my rates were $2,440, and now they're going to go up to $3,264. Now, some of that obviously is to do with there was a revaluation in the middle of that. One year my personal rates went up 16%, but that was to do with the revaluation.
Thanks, John. Thanks,
Tina.
I'm all good. I'm all good.
Thank you. Lynn.
Thank you for the submission, John, on behalf of Riversdale. Explanations, I'm sure, can be provided at the appropriate time by staff, and that feedback will come back to you. So thank you very much for your well thought out submission.
Chris.
Thanks, Lynn.
Good perseverance, John. You got there in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, I still don't know what happened.
Sandy.
No, nothing to add, thanks.
Tira.
Thank you very much, John, and for your time and perseverance again, like Chris said. Thank you.
Gary.
Yeah, very comprehensive submission, John. Well done. And as Lynn said, I'm sure that there's a lot of questions there that we have to answer, and look forward to us doing that, actually. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Brent.
We were told we weren't allowed to ask questions today, so those are the questions for you to ask.
Yeah, no, thanks very much again for your perseverance and your submission, mate. It was fantastic, so thank you.
David.
John, just one question. How many permanent residents have you got at Riversdale, and what would the peak number be, say, at New Year? Just very quickly, please.
Well, in rough terms, the number of permanents, if you count Rui as well, and the beginning of Riversdale Road, is about 120 odd.
Yeah.
There's probably more like 200 now because we've got a few refugees that have been here since the beginning of the lockdown.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't hazard a guess as to it would be well in excess of 2,000 or 3,000. I would have thought at the peak period.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
Thank you for your submission. I look forward to getting some more information as we go through the process, but it's been very helpful. Thank you.
Graham.
Yeah, thank you, John. And you've obviously gone to a lot of trouble with it. There's a lot of information there. Thank you.
And thanks once again, John. And as the others have said about your perseverance, certainly challenging. The technology is very challenging at times, and in this new environment that we're in at the moment. But thanks very much, and certainly we'll be getting back to you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Cheers. Cheers, John. And now we'll move to Steve Sale, who's here with us. Steve, are you there?
There you go. Yes, I've been muted. Sorry, I'm unmuted now. Yep.
You here, Steve?
I am, yes.
Excellent.
Lovely,
lovely setting you've got.
Hey, beautiful. Nice autumnal.
Steve, the councillors have read your submission, and they have it in front of them.
Yep.
And you just speak to your submissions and to expand on those key points within it. You have 10 minutes, 7 of which is for speaking. A bell will ring after 6 minutes to indicate that you have 1 more minute to bring it to conclusion. And then we ask questions for 3 minutes. You are live streamed and it has been recorded. Okay.
All right.
The
Thank you,
floor is
Fraser.
yours.
Thank you very much. And it's great to see some different but familiar faces as well in this lockdown. Hey, firstly, actually, I'm a volunteer with the Masterton Food Bank, and I'd like to thank you all for your initiative with the donations for submissions with a can for the food bank. So, yeah, that's much appreciated, particularly at this time when we've got unprecedented demand. So, yeah. Hey, my submission was around the Millard Ave and Andrew Street urbanisation. Yeah, firstly, there was mention made from some of the neighbours that actually a payment was made to the District Council a long time ago, from some 40 years, towards doing footpaths and streetlights and that sort of thing. So I'm not sure what's happened to that, and if anyone's got any answers, that would be great. But just going through the submission, the road, particularly Millard Avenue, is in pretty bad shape actually. It was resealed last year, but that was done pretty poorly as well. If you look at the edges of the road and there's weeds growing through there, I spray our area to keep it under check, but no, it hasn't been looked after and needs some good attention. We've got 2 blind corners, one coming from Coburn Street into Andrew Street and then Andrew into Millard Avenue. Both pretty hazardous actually. If you're walking around there, there's not much visibility and space to get off the road out of traffic's way if you're walking. So particularly for kids on bikes and scooters and that sort of thing, it's quite a hazardous area, those 2 things. The drop off from lots of parts of the road is pretty steep. It's often wet and overgrown. Again, I've on the opposite side of the road, I've cleared back a lot of that and done weed spraying and mowing and that sort of thing to do my part. But for a lot of areas, there isn't much room to get off the road. I don't know if there's any other streets or avenues in Masterton that don't have footpaths or curbs or streetlights, but I could be corrected there. But we're probably some of the only ones. Appreciate that we're a rural area. And actually, I need to add there fibre as well, because fibre stopped halfway up Millard Ave and doesn't go around Andrew Street either. It's a 50-kilometre speed limit, but every day you hear vehicles speeding. It's a popular bypass road for people missing the Dixon Street intersection, and so people do take that area as a bypass quite regularly. It's been very popular, the last 6 weeks or so with the lockdown. Seen numerous walkers, joggers, kids on bikes, all that sort of thing. But it's a rural scene, so close to town as well, and so that's popular too, to get out in the country. But so there's lots of pedestrians. Same thing if I want to go running at night time, particularly over the winter when you can't do so during the day. There's no street lights. You've got to run on the road, so you're taking a risk there. As well, over Christmas period, we do a pretty decent lights display. I know some of you have seen that. We have people walking up to look at them from around the area, but there's also lots and lots of traffic coming around as well. So it's pretty dangerous there as well, you're taking your life in your hands. I feel that we're paying full rates, or I know we're paying full rates anyway, but we don't get all of the services. And just in terms of the proposed funding, I see it was meant to be funded from subdivision. I know there's a section for sale just along the road here, but I understand it's overpriced, and who knows in this current market what's going to happen with that, whether it's going to sell even. So, potentially we may never get funding for that from any subdivisions. So, I just feel that the safety of users of the road is compromised because of those aspects, and it would be great to see some work done to improve, to add some footpaths particularly, but also some street lights, and then take the opportunity to upgrade the other things, because I don't know if you're all aware, but we're not connected legally to town water supply, as a few others aren't. So having availability of that sort of thing would be great, and connecting to sewerage and drainage and all that sort of thing would be great too. So yeah, so really that's the basis of my submission there. I know that the neighbours have all been pushing for that sort of thing for a long time too. I guess they haven't submitted, but yeah, so yeah, that's probably all I've got to say.
Thanks very much, Steve. Much appreciated. I'll go to Tina for the first question if she has one. Tina, are you on mute?
Sorry about that. Yep, no, I'm all good. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, Lynn.
Thanks, Steve. You've given us lots to think about, and we will be considering all the submissions through the deliberation period. Thank you, and keep up the great light, Christmas lights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris?
No, kia ora, Steve. Good points. Good points.
Andy?
No, interesting comment about the £10,000, but yeah, no, but thanks for the presentation.
Tito?
Ngamahi, Steve. Thank you.
Gary?
Yeah, know the area well, Stephen. You make some very good points.
Brent?
Thanks very much, Steve, and obviously thank you for what you've been doing around there, not only with the Christmas lights, but on the sides of the road. And I'm sure you're looking forward to getting back out there on the footy season, mate. And appreciate your help with the food bank too. So thank you, and appreciate your submission, mate. Loads in you.
No, thank you very much, Steve. Actually, in 1977, I think we're in dollars then, so I don't know where the £10,000 came from. But thank you very much. Thank you.
Bex?
Thanks, Steve. I empathise with your points, and we've got some questions there that your submission has given us, which I'm sure we'll get answers for and come back to you. Thank you.
Brian?
Yeah, thank you, Steve. But as Dave pointed out, yeah, there's a little jingle 10th of July 1967. Just showing my age.
True. Thank you. Put me on my place.
And Tim?
Hey, Steve. Good to see you. Hey, thanks for the lights, mate. You see it every year. And also, I totally agree with your running circuit at night. It's really dangerous. I used to use it as well.
Thanks.
Thank you. And thanks, Steve, for your submission and the time that you spent putting into it. It's much appreciated, and we'll note the points that you've made. Many thanks.
Thank you, Fraser. Thanks for your time, everybody.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
We welcome in Manu. You there, Manu?
Yep.
Okay. Welcome into the hearing process. And the councillors have your submission in front of them, and they have read it. And it's your opportunity to speak to support your submission, but also to expand on key points. You have 10 minutes, 7 of which are speaking. A bell will ring out at 6, and you have 1 minute to come to the conclusion. And then there's 3 minutes for questions. Are you okay with that?
Aye, kapai. Thank you.
Okay, Manu, I'll let you start. Away you go.
Kia ora koutou. Ngā mihi koutou. And thank you for hearing me this morning. I know my submission was a bit late. I think I just made the date of the 20th of April, and it was only by accident I didn't realise the speed reviews had come up. I actually went on the Masterton Council website to look for something else, and I came across the speed review, and I thought, oh, well, hurry up, I've got to put a submission in. Well, anyway, as you see, like you said, you all have my submissions in front of you, and it may look a bit confusing about where I'm talking about, and unfortunately, I wanted to get some photos done before this, but I just didn't do that. But as you can see, we've had a lot of problems, and I just want to briefly, 1 moment, just start from the beginning. Okay, we're talking about, I'll start from the road alignment, the Akura road alignment that was completed in 1993, 94, and what problems have came out of that. The alignment wasn't just about aligning a road, it was about aligning the intentions of Transit New Zealand, who was back then, back in 1993, back in those days, and providing a bypass, because what was happening at that time, apparently the decision was made to align that road because of accidents that was happening on the T-junction that was there then. But it came with new problems. And at that time, the new road alignment, our mum was still alive then, and mum had forfeited her undisturbed, exclusive, peaceful possession and enjoyment of her papakainga for the so-called greater good of fixing a dangerous accident spot on that T-junction. And of course, that T-junction had run onto, it was straight onto Kibawat Road and to Paido roads. And for some years later, it became apparent that this dangerous or this greater good was for the benefit of Transit New Zealand to turn our road into a free-flowing, heavy bypass route and a non-stop trucking highway. We have had more accidents in the last 10 years on that new road alignment than we have ever had in the last 50, 60 years. We have had more, and also, while it may have appeared like appeared that Transit New Zealand had fixed the problem, it created more problems than it actually fixed. And so right to this day, we now have lots of problems with the speed, with trucks coming off our bridge onto Akura Road from Paido Road. We have the noise pollution, we have the unrestrained speed, because there's no appropriate speed signs on that road coming. And apparently I was told the actual nearest speed sign comes from Ikarahuna, exit from Ikarahuna, coming onto Paido Road off State Highway, of their State Highway 2. So and I'll just go back to, that was for Akura and Paido roads. And also on Kibawat Road, we have a problem coming in from Kibawat Road, from Akura Road. And we see that there's no actual speed sign there, but coming onto Kibawat Road from Upper Plain, we have a 100k speed sign coming on that Kibawat Road, and it's ludicrous to say and to have such a speed sign on that road, because it's only a short stretch of road, but with a 100k speed sign. Now, for people who travel on that road, they'll know the shortness of it. But for people who are not familiar with that road, who do travel on it, we've had people, especially because our Urupa's on that road. And when we're on that, at our cemetery, our Urupa, we have people speeding past on that road only to find they've got to stop on that corner. So that's dangerous in itself. Also on Akura Road, because I live on Akura Road, on that bend, on that new road alignment, and coming out of our driveway, when we've got trucks coming off the bridge, and if you can't really see it when we're coming out of our driveway until you look in your rear vision mirror, and then you've got this 10-ton truck or whatever it is right up your backside. And the same is happening when we're coming onto Akura Road, into Akura Road, and turning into our driveway. We still have all that problem with the traffic right behind us, even though there's a little bit of a space for other traffic to bypass. But what happens is these trucking, and I say these truck drivers, do not respect our road. I've heard another submitter prior speaking and talking about the respect people are having on adhering to the speed signs. Well, nobody's adhering to any speed signs on our road because we don't have any. We do have one coming off Lincoln Road onto Akura Road, but it's, it's still, nobody adheres to it. So then we have another problem at Ngamatawa Road corner, from Akura corner and Ngamatawa Road corner. Now, if you're coming off Ngamatawa Road, turning into Lincoln Road, because there's no actual stop sign there, we have people thinking it's a free turn. Just in the last 2 years alone, I've just about crashed into that concrete lamp post, because people have just actually carried on around that corner, that bend, onto Lincoln Road from Ngamatawa Road. I've already explained, I've had lots of conversations before about these problems on these roads, and of course it's fallen on deaf ears. I've been told that, oh, those are the national standards, so they will stay like that. And I've actually had Lynn, if Lynn can remember, I invited her out to Akura back in 2016-17, in which she graciously came out to meet me, and she brought Alex Birch with her, and we were talking, and we met on that corner of Kibawat Road, Akura Road, and Pido Road, and we explained to her the problems back then. So so it's nothing new to Lynn. And prior to that, even when Mayor Bob Francis was still the mayor back in the 90s, you know, he was aware of these problems. We made aware to him then, and we still have the same problems today. Now we've got the noise, the pollution coming off from these trucks, and the speed on our road, and it's very stressful and very frustrating, and we're very fortunate that we ourselves have not had accidents on that road, but fortunately enough we haven't. So
Thanks very much, Manu.
Yep.
That's 6 minutes have elapsed. Do you want to just summarise it, or you feel you've made your points?
Well, I think I've made my point.
I'm sure you have.
I hope I have.
You have.
Because it's been a problem. These have been problems since 1993, since the Akuta Road alignment had taken place.
Okay.
So yeah.
I'll get the elected members to ask questions of you.
Yes, absolutely.
If that's right. And I'll start with the person that came out to visit you. That's Lynn.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're on mute, Lynn.
Kia ora, Manu. Look,
Hi,
thank
good.
you. I appreciate you submitting, and I most certainly hear your concerns again. It's there are some issues there, and no doubt with the submission, we need to tackle those and come to some resolution all the way forward through deliberation. So thank you.
Chris?
Yeah, I hear your frustrations. Yeah.
Sandy?
Just took the words out of my mouth.
T-Rail?
Ngā mihi, taki whanaka. Kia ora. Thank you very much for your submission, and yeah, understanding that, you know, these are generations that you're thinking of for the safety of our whānau out there on those roads as well. So kia ora, thank you for your submission.
Gary?
Yeah, Manu, if passion counts for anything, I think you're going to do pretty well with the submission. Thank you.
Brent?
Kia ora, Manu. Yeah, once again, thank you for the submission. I know that road in that area very well, travel it reasonably frequently, as I have friends that live up Matahiwi, so definitely recognise the travel restrictions and where those speed signs are, particularly past the Urapass. So kia ora, thank you.
David?
Constructive submission. Thank you very much.
Bex?
Hi, Manu. I empathise as well. I used to live in Upper Plain Road and often take the Kibblewhite Road to Akuta when heading north, and nobody knows where the speed limit zones start and stop. So I empathise entirely. Thank you.
Graham?
Yeah, no, I definitely hear your frustration, and it is time we had a good look at it. It's obviously going on for a long time.
Yeah.
Tim?
Kia ora, Manu. It looks like 27 years worth of frustration, so hopefully there's some sort
Thank you for counting, Tim.
Cheers.
Thank you.
And Tina?
Kia ora, Manu, good to see you again.
Hi.
Look, yeah, I totally share your frustration. It's my route into town. And it's like a stop go all the way, and the differences in the speed all the way around there. And at that corner, your heart's in your mouth when you go around it. And totally understand. I've gone past the Urupā when there's been tangi, and it's been quite scary how fast the cars travel past there. So well done on a really, really good submission.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tina, and thank you, Manu, for, as Tina said, a very well prepared submission. And every councillor has taken on board the major points that you've made. So appreciate it, and many thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. And now we'll invite Brent Goodwin into the submission process. Brent, you there? You there, Brent?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Brent. How are you?
All good, thank you.
Excellent, Brent.
After all well?
Yeah. Well, we're coping with this new process, but you're probably well versed in the hearings process, but I'll go over it once again. that we've all read your submission and have a copy in front of us. You're to speak to your submission and expand on your key points. And if you've got 10 minutes, 7 of which is for speaking, a reminder will be about 6 minutes, and you have 1 minute to bring it to conclusion, and then 3 minutes for questions. We are live streamed and recorded, and I'm sure you're well aware of that. But the floor is yours, Brent.
Thank you. Look, I just thought I was reading an old magazine just for keep myself busy in these quiet times, and it's a magazine that features a local government magazine that features the well banks and dwells on them. And I know some of you have got a particular interest in them, so I just thought I'd start my submission off with a comment that is repeated by several people on talking of the well-beings coming into council. And it is that both arms of government need to be aligned towards a common objective. And that comes out again and again when people talk about the potential of the well-beings to affect how council goes about their business. And so I just wanted to remind you of that, because central government, as we know, have budgeted up to 52 billion to assist our economy and our people through this pandemic. And I would hope council would follow their lead. Please don't stick to the business as usual model and just announce a rates freeze, because that would, to me, would be just leaving everything as it is. I want you to reduce the rates and leave the dollars in the ratepayers' pockets. Now is not the time, as I said in my submission, I won't repeat them, to go and spend the money on so many of the things the council does. That money is better placed in the pockets of the ratepayers and the businesses. But I think something I want to say is that I was very critical of the process, and I see I'm not the only person. The challenge for me, for council going forward, because I know some of you would rather look forward than backwards, will be, I'll be looking forward in 2 or 3 weeks to reading the council's analysis of the submissions and deliberations. And I hope it's done a lot better than the survey process. Those staff, that communications department that put that together, I would hope that council, through the CEO, has a little discussion about how well they did or didn't do. Now, I have spent a bit of time going through some of the submissions, and the interesting thing is, in phoning people where there is a phone number, I frequently found that their ticking the boxes contradicted what they actually intended. Some of them put that in their general comments, but of course most people didn't make any general comments. The process didn't really invite that. But the ones that I spoke to, 5 so far, and I would urge council to do something similar, because what I found was, whilst people ticked quite a few of your little boxes, they actually said, and every one of them, believe it or not, said the same thing, that they would prefer to spend the money on water security and water supplies as being a far more important issue than any of the 3 supposed big ticket items that were listed. So that's my plea, is that you actually talk to the people. If you acknowledge that the process and the survey was flawed, the only way to give some meaning to those people is to actually have some conversations with them. So that's actually all I want to say, and happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Brent. Much appreciated. And we'll start off with Sandy.
Thanks, Brent. I always rely on you for analysis, and you've provided it.
T-Rail. I seem to have lost you, Gary.
Yeah, Brent, I think you make some good points about the survey and whatever, but I think COVID's played its part in this particular one. But no, well done. Thank you.
Brent.
Hello, Brent. Thanks very much for your submission. I'm sure it's a little different being on the other side, but certainly appreciate your thoughts and comments and your time today, mate. So thank you.
David.
No, thank you, Brent. I take on board about the questions. I've had the same comments, but well done. Thank you.
Bex.
Hi, Brent. I like your line in the submission which says spend money that will preserve businesses and jobs that they generate. And also I liked your comment just before about the particular importance of water security and water supply. Thanks, Brent.
Graham.
Yeah, no questions. Thanks, Brent.
Tim.
Hi, Brent. Thanks for the time you've put into this beyond the actual submission process, and thank you for looking at it in the current climate.
Tina.
Yep, you've probably articulated a lot of the stuff that I support anyway. So well done for a bloody good submission. And be interested in talking to you further just about how you see we could finance some of those projects that we actually need to do.
Thanks, Tina. Lynn.
Kia ora, Brent. As always, I will look at your submission and take on board everything that you've said.
With a smile on her face. Chris.
Yeah, kia ora, Brent. Not surprised at the points you make.
Yes, and Brent, thanks very much. You make some very valid points, and it's going to be interesting to see where we go forward in terms of that rate debate and how we can assist those businesses. So many thanks for that and for bringing it to our attention.
So, Brent, I had a courier at the door, Aroha Mai, so thank you very much also.
I wonder where you'd gone to. Okay. So thanks very much, Brent, and look forward to catching up with you.
Okay.
Cheers. Thanks. Now we'll bring, I think John's in the wings waiting, and so I'll ask John to come on, John.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, John. Can't see you yet, but that'll come. How are we got you now?
Excellent. Thanks very much.
John, and you probably heard it before when I was talking to Brent, but yeah, we've read your written submission and got a copy of it. You speak in support of your submission and expand on the key points. You've got 7 minutes of speaking time. After 6, someone will tell you that you've got a minute left to sum up. And then you've got 3 minutes for questions or comments by the elected members. It has been recorded and it has gone live stream. So the floor is yours, John, and look forward to what you have to say.
Thanks very much, Fraser, and thank you for the other councillors for taking their time to listen to all these submissions. It's a long day. And I've listened to a few, and I have to say I won't waste my time commenting on them, but there have been some really good ones. But my submission really just focuses on the economic position that I think the council or the town and the district now faces. And it's a pity that this process has been interrupted by COVID, and therefore, in my view, the emphasis of the council in this year has changed dramatically in terms of what should be done for the community, and I've emphasised that in my submission. I think so. Just and you've read them, but I've tried to narrow it into sort of in areas, and I see a want list and a need list there, and so I see in the want list what might have been seen to be a part of annual expenditure this year or even the next 2 or 3 years. In my view, should be sort of looked at as being put on the back burner until we get the economics right for the region. So I think the proposed rate increase, and I'm sure there's a lot of agreement on this, just has to be put on hold. And if there's any further funding that the council needs throughout the year, then I think there's additional alternatives to be looking at that. And I did attach a article from Cameron Bakery that I thought summed it up pretty well, albeit a little critical of councils. I think some of the views he had there, in my view, were in my mind at that time, and he makes the point there that councils are actually pretty affluent in terms of relative to other businesses in New Zealand, and I note that our council has operating assets of around 800 million, an operating revenue of 48 million, and loans and investments of 33 million, and some annual investments, I understand, of around $14 million. I'm not quite sure. I understand the bulk of the money's in depreciation, and that's fine. But the 14 million, I'm not quite sure why is that sitting there, and perhaps needs some explanation, but not at this point. But surely it's been put away for a rainy day, and I think we've had a pretty wet month. And I just wonder if the council can't look seriously at utilising some of that investment money to find any gaps that there are in their funding, minimise a bit of borrowing to other more important projects, but to help out the businesses and ratepayers in the district to not be overly affected by the consequences of their businesses or their employment. It's absolutely critical, as we all know. The second thing is the town hall. I think, as I've said there, if we have to do something with the town hall, it seems that there's a clear mandate to pull down the old hall, which obviously has to be done. But in my view, there's no clear mandate to deal with the facade. If the mandate within the council was only one vote, and I think from my discussions and others, talking to other people, that the mandate in the community might be just about as close. So before anything's done with the town hall, I think there needs to be more work done. From my memory, there's two proposals being put up that the figures have been made public, and one of them's a very low number, and for those that like that, that's fine. The other one's quite a high number. So the discrepancy between both of those proposals is so vast that I certainly couldn't support going for either one of them until we find out which one is the most relative and the best for the community. The likes of the Henley Lake, I'm sure that, in my view, that needs to be deferred until such time as the Henley Lake trustees and the council sit around the table and actually work out what the issue really is. I understand that a lot of that work's probably been done, but it needs to be made public, and it seems to me that there could be some substantial savings there in terms of the consent if what has been discovered around that Henley Lake outlet is correct. The skate park is another one I think just could be deferred. I don't see that it's an important expenditure. It's a want, not a need. And the same to Queen Street rejuvenation, a little less likely, but I think the last thing businesses in town want over the next year or two is disruption to their businesses by new roading, trucks, and lack of access to their properties. The need list, I think Brent's sort of stolen my thunder a bit here, but I just see the infrastructure needs to be right at the top of that need list, given the development that we've had around town and the growth of our community. And water in particular is high on top of that list. We've talked. There's a plan in place, obviously, to put a couple more storage dams at the treatment plant, and I think that should be prioritised. And I also make the point with the dam that's being proposed up in the Western Hills that we should be, the council should be right in their boots and all financially to secure water quality and water resilience for our community, both rural and urban, going forward. And I would probably have said that 15 to 20 million that we're spending on the town hall would be far more economic benefit put into putting some resilience around our water supply. And of course, the other infrastructure, the stormwater system we've got in town is grossly inadequate, and obviously more money to be spent in 2029 on the plant at Homebush. And that's in there as a level of about a $30 million debt. And so there's a twofold point I'm making here is that we need to be considering that now, not it's only 10 years away, which, as we all know, when we get to our stage of life, is not very long, and it will come by very, very quickly. And if we look at the short-term needs and the expenditure we're talking here, and don't keep that in the back of our mind, and all of a sudden our debt level goes from a very, very acceptable level to lifting up to the margin where we're probably being a little bit irresponsible, in my view. And debt's fine, it's fantastic to get things developed, but at the end of the day, you have to remember the payment of that debt only comes from one person, and that's the ratepayers. And so given where we are now, and no one really knows how long this situation is going to last, that's something that I think should be kept in mind. So pretty much that's it. And in conclusion, there was I had a farm advisor when I started farming, and every time he came out, he kept telling me that I needed short arms and long pockets. And I'll never forget that. And it brought me right through some pretty tough years in farming to be able to sort of retire in a pretty good state. And I think that's something that should be kept in the mind from councillors through this process. It doesn't mean the short arms don't find any money, but when you dig deeper in your pockets and you try to find some, that you've actually given a lot of thought and consideration about what you do with that money. And I think that will see our community in a pretty good stead going forward. So that's
Thanks,
about
John. You've made some really great points there. I particularly like your needs and wants, the vision that you've made. But we'll go around the councillors now and ask them for comment or for questions. And we'll start with you, T-Row.
Kia ora, John. Thank you for your submission. Ngā mihi. Yeah, thank you.
Gary?
Yeah, John, typically insightful thinking there from you, mate. And I know that we've had a couple of debates recently about these things, and I really do admire your passion. And I also admire the fact that you've stuck to your line of thinking for the last 3 or 4 years, and it's I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Brent?
Yeah, thanks, John. Once again, fantastic submission, mate. Needs and wants, I agree with Fraser. I think it's very important, and I thought your submission was very well thought out, and some really good points and some really good food for thought. So thank you.
David?
Very well done, John. I thought it was brilliant. I do love your need list, and I'm well aware of the want list, but your summary, short arms and long pockets, you've survived many times, and it's nice to know that we need to look at that as well. The other option is people don't put their hand in their pockets because there's a bit of gorse in it. So no, well done, and I think we should be looking seriously at a lot of your points. Thank you.
You're going to give me a clap too, Dave?
All right, John, I'll do that.
Yeah, Bex?
I'll give you a clap, John.
Oh, thanks, Bex.
John, as you know, I haven't finished, Fraser. As you know, I agree with a number of your points. I'm a big fan of needs versus wants. I don't think you should get the BMW if you've got to stick it on tick, and we should get what we need first. But I really appreciated your submission. Thanks, JD.
Graham?
Yeah, thanks, John. And yeah, the deep pockets and short arms at the moment, as someone that's still standing in business, I can relate to that. The hard times that you and every farmer's been through and every businessman's been through, we're facing that again now. So good on you for pointing out the obvious, actually. Thank you.
Tim?
Hi, John. Hey, thanks for the time you put into this. Your knowledge is really apparent in what you've said, and I really like the way it reflects exactly where we are now. So thank you.
Tina?
Yeah, John, I feel like I'm in an echo chamber. So thanks very much for a really well thought out submission. The thing that actually I took out most was, what are the impacts of the decisions we're making? And I never thought of the CBD in terms of business disruption, but I think that's a really, really valid point that I hadn't sort of considered before, because I'm a bit wobbly on that. And so thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, you haven't got a no from me on everything. It's thumbs up on everything.
I'm the only one that gets wobbly, Tina. Lynn?
Thanks, John. Really well presented submission. And yours and Brent's, they're quite submissions important because you have an idea of how local government works. So for both submissions, some really good food for thought for us as we move forward. Thank you.
Chris?
Yeah, well presented, John. You've articulated your point of view well. Yep.
Yeah, Sandy? Can't hear you, Sandy.
You hear me?
Yeah, now.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, John, the water storage keeps coming up repeatedly, so thank you for that. I really appreciate you highlighting the Homebush upgrade. I wasn't aware of that time frame, so that's knowledge I needed to have, so thanks.
Yeah, John, you've brought up some really salient points that we have to take on board moving forward. So really do appreciate your submission and the thought you put into it. So thanks very much for that. And yeah.
Thanks for listening, guys.
No worries. Okay. Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
And Carl waiting in the wings. Thanks, John. Carl? Just waiting for Carl to be brought in. Afternoon, Carl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah.
You got me?
Yeah, you will. Carl, the council has got a copy of your submission, and they've got that in front of them. And it's your opportunity to speak to your submission and expand on the key points. You've got 7 minutes. 6, there was someone that probably me will interrupt and say you've got, after 6 minutes, you've got a minute left to sum up. And then we've got time for comment and questions. It has been live streamed and has been recorded, but I'm sure you're well aware of that. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks, Fraser. Yeah, I'll just start off with a glass of water or a new town hall, or more particularly the event centre, and that's the one that I'm probably more focused on, is the event centre. And I'll just start by saying, since New Zealand was first settled, every new city, town, rural community, everywhere needed its own infrastructure. It had to have its own town hall, it had to have its own pub, its own church. And everything had to be within walking distance, or maybe perhaps on horseback. That's just to get there. Nowadays, it's quite different. Things have sped up and we're in the 21st century, and I think we've got to move towards that particular point of time. As a result, the town halls, the district halls, the pubs and the churches all around the country, they've really gone backwards. And we see, because of the results of that, we've got empty halls all over the place. Even in Masterton, there are 7 rural halls. So just imagine the cost that puts on the ratepayers alone. So, you know, all these things we've got to think very, very carefully about before we start building more of the same. It's basically a case of too many facilities, not enough people. And especially when you consider that there are only 20,000 people in the greater Masterton area, and total population in the Wairarapa of around 40,000. In recent years, we have seen a much more common sense approach with the facilities being centralised and a much better usage occurring as a result. Take Aratoi, the Wairarapa Centre for Arts here in Masterton. We've got racing in the Wairarapa. You know, 65 years ago, there was a race course at Clevel, and now that's the hockey centre. Masterton shifted 20 years ago, roughly, and now we've got one central located race course at Te Haurenikau, catering for the racing in the Wairarapa. So we don't need 3 courses, we've got one. The netball courts in Colombo Road, that's the latest major development, and that's followed on from hockey, as I mentioned, at Clevel, which was centralised. We've got rugby and soccer who have developed the turf at Trust House Memorial Park, and that works particularly well. These developments have all helped to bring their respective sports and codes up to a national standard. And instead of just being the country bumpkin over the hill, we're now recognised nationally with all of those facilities. Currently, we have a highly successful event centre in Carterton. It's within 15 minutes drive of over 50% of the Wairarapa population. And yet we've been talking here in Masterton about doing something bigger and better. Ask the people in Wellington whether you need bigger and better. We saw Athletic Park, the rugby ground. That was replaced by the Cake Tin. 15,000 less people. Everybody said it wouldn't work. It's the best thing that ever happened. How often is it full? Once every 3 or 4 years, maybe. But it's more than adequate for the crowds it attracts, and it's better to have an arena that caters for its regular audience rather than worrying about the occasional overflow that might happen in a few years' time. It doesn't actually, things shrink, and there's proof of that here in the Wairarapa. Similar development to the Cake Tin is Forsyth Bar in Dunedin, a smaller stadium, much more successful. Masterton should continue to support the Carterton Event Centre in the spirit of a Wairarapa enterprise. To construct our very own event centre would create unhealthy competition between the two venues. In fact, we'd all be fighting for the same audience, but we're still promoting to the same Wairarapa-wide market. So we just can't do that. We can't have two fighting for one lot of people. I'd give it 5 years maximum before either or both venues would have to close its operation. It is one thing to build a large auditorium, but quite another to fill it on a regular basis. A full house a few times a year will not pay the servicing costs, and these would grow on an annual basis. Things don't stand still. Just look at when the council increased hiring costs at the War Memorial Stadium here in Masterton. Patronage just decreased because it became too costly for many organisations to function there. And that's an old building, so costs, weren't particularly high, but it still went out of the range of a number of organisations. It's misleading to quote how much extra the development of the event centre would cost each individual ratepayer, as the cost really is an ongoing thing, and it will be there for the next 30 to 40 years. So it's not a one-off rate increase this year or next year or whenever. And that amount will increase every year with inflation alone. The other thing that always worries me is that I just don't know how much thought has gone into the extra costs other than a building. The furniture and fittings have to go in there. There will be staff required, and I would imagine that it would mean at least 2 to 3 additional staff members for council, regardless of anything else. Yes, in a perfect world,
6 minutes, Carl. 6 minutes.
6 minutes, Carl.
Would be lovely. Well, that's a bit strong actually. It would be nice to have a 700 plus event centre, but I don't really think we need that. It's time to take the lead from the arts and sporting codes I've quoted earlier and support one another. Support the Carterton Event Centre, support the Wairarapa, and as a result, support the ratepayers. Now with COVID-19 upon us, we need to be even more aware of our annual spend. Local government haven't got the capacity to spend irresponsibly on things that would be nice to have. And I've heard that word nice come up earlier. Whoops, I was just going to have a glass of water, but unfortunately I find that a little bit difficult because water's running out in the Wairarapa. So yeah, I think we should think of the things that are important to us, not the things that we'd like to have. And that's mine. Thanks for your attention. And I'll leave you with that.
Thanks very much, Carl. We'll go around to the elected members for comment or questions, and we'll back to the beginning, Gary.
Mr. Towcher and I have had this debate for a while, and Carl, you put your points across extremely well, and I'm sure that all of Carterton are really impressed that you're about to become a life member of the Carterton Rugby Club. Thanks, mate.
Brent.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. Made your points very, very well, and the nice to haves point was certainly well received, and appreciate the comments in regards to collaboration across the 2 or 3 districts in Wairarapa. So thanks very much. Appreciate your time.
David.
Thank you, Carl. I can't resist. You haven't changed since you played rugby for Carterton 50 years ago. Well done.
Bex.
Carl, I hear your points and they're extremely valid. I especially liked your comment about centralisation. You know, my question would be is, would we be building a $15 million civic centre if we had amalgamated? So that's food for thought. Thanks, Carl.
We would have.
Graham.
Yeah, very well done, Carl. I think you're pretty much talking to the converted here, but thank you very much.
Tim.
Hi, Carl. Thank you. I really like the way that you look at the bigger Wairarapa picture. I think that's really important. Thank you.
Tina.
Yeah, we're definitely in harmony as well. One question I'd like to ask you, though, is getting Masterton people to actually support the Carterton Event Centre. It's an idea a couple of us councillors have mulled over around sort of like, do we put on free buses or whatever for people to get there because of the distance and the, especially for older people. So I was just interested in what your thoughts were around how we actually get people from Masterton to the Carterton Event Centre, if that's the way we go.
Yep, I can answer that one, if I may. That's fairly simple. I think Masterton as a council could put some money into the Carterton Event Centre just to do a little bit of an upgrade. It doesn't need a lot. Buses should be running free of charge. And I was just thinking about that the other day. If you had a driver who was particularly keen on some of the events down there, you could probably get the cost of which is the biggest part of a cost of a transport is the driver, because they have to wait from the beginning of the show till the end of the show. But if you had a driver who went down there, had free entry to the show, I think there'd be 2 or 3 that would just snap at that. So yeah, I don't think those things are insurmountable. They're very easily overcome. And I might just add, while I'm speaking on that, to Gary and David, I've actually lived in Masterton for more than 50 years. So my heart is in Masterton, but the Greater Wairarapa as well.
Lynn?
Thanks for your submission, Carl. Yeah, worthy of thought. I just wondered whether you thought about that when the Martinborough Town Hall was refurbished recently. Whether you submitted on that.
Response, Carl?
You want an answer on it? Martinborough is a little further away, I must admit. And, I think it's just the fact that Carterton and Masterton are so close. If it was in Wellington and you had a facility like the event centre in the middle of Wellington, I'm sure Petone wouldn't go and copy it, being just 10 minutes by train down the road.
Thanks, Chris. You're on mute, Chris.
Yeah, Carl, you made your points well. Yep.
Sandy.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. I'm not on the same page as you, but I appreciate your comment.
Yeah.
Kia ora, Carl. Thank you for your submission. Yeah, definitely provided food for thought and supporting other regions as well. So kia ora.
Well, thanks, Carl, and much appreciated the time and the thought you put into your submission is much appreciated. And that concludes our first session of submissions and hearings. And now if we break for lunch, we're due back here at 1:10. So if we start coming in at around from 1 o'clock onwards, that would be appreciated. Okay, guys, any questions?
No, thanks for leading us, Fraser. Cheers.
Do we leave the Zoom on or do we have to come back in? What are we going to do?
Well, I'm probably best to leave the meeting because of the fragility of my computer. Yeah. All right.
Okay,
I think
thanks, mate. Well done.
it's best if we all do the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah. I
So
prefer
we'll-
you to leave the meeting and then come back in about 1 to 1:05.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Angie, you still there? Ange, are you still online?
The live stream is still continuing.
Yeah, Harriet. Can you confirm with Tanya that she'll be doing the timing this afternoon? I've got some work to do.
Yes, she will be.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Going well, Fraser.
Hello, Brent.
Going well, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
I agree. It's not easy, is it?
Well, not in it, when you have these technological faults that you can't hear people and they, moving around. Yeah, it's a little bit different. I appreciate what Lynn has to do.
Yeah, not so
Yeah,
easy.
it's bloody hard.
Some good submissions though, Fraser.
Sorry, Gary.
Some good submissions though.
Very good points being made. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Stephen.
How are you, Steve? Just wait till a few more come back in.
Fraser, every so often I'm a bit slow to get on the sound. It's because it keeps turning itself off for some reason the last hour.
Okay. Yeah. I have every sympathy for the people who have some troubles with technology.
I don't usually. It's just playing up. I've actually shut down and reopened, hoping it's going to, and it's a new laptop, hoping that's going to sort it.
Right. Waiting for Bex, are we? Brent's there. I've lost your photo, Brent.
And I'm back.
Your photo's not.
Yeah, your image. Yeah, just going to, can you connect in, Bex, please? Okay, cheers, mate. Thanks. Bex is just trying to come in now. Now the one is T-Rail that was there this morning. It's not here now. I'll just give her another minute, guys, and then we'll make a start because we've got a couple of presentations that people are going to be making. Steve, can you hear me? You'll need to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, it's fine. Thank you. Yeah.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm all good.
No, fine. We're just waiting for someone to, he's just about coming in now, I think. Bex is here. So welcome, Steve, to the hearing process of submissions to the annual plan and the speed limit review. Councillors have read your submission and have it in front of them, and you're to talk on that submission, expanding on key points that you wish to focus on. And you have 10 minutes, 7 of which is 7 of those minutes is for your to speak to it. You have 6 minutes, and if you're still over the 6 minutes, I'll indicate to you that you can start your summary of it, and then 3 minutes for questions by the elected members. The meeting is live streamed and you're recorded. So I'll leave it over to you, Steve. Look forward to listening.
Okay, good. So I've written some notes down here, so I'll read that out and then I can answer any questions. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As you will know, my submission is to completely demolish the town hall and any associated buildings. The reason behind this is that in my experience as a building contractor for now over 40 years, I've seen several times firsthand how it is not cost effective to renovate this type of building. For today's building standards, the option of leaving the facade means that, and it changed last year, a Pacific propping engineer is required, who would also need to be peer reviewed by a separate engineer. On top of this, you would need a normal structural engineer to design the building, and they'd also need to be peer reviewed. So this is cost added to more cost. It is often less expensive to build a new building. The ongoing cost of maintaining an old facade would most likely be higher than that of maintaining a new building, and also the prospects of what the building behind could be would be limited by keeping the facade. The facade of the building is purely cosmetic, and you can build an extra ultra-modern building to IL4 requirements and mimic what was there if that is the desired outcome. By trying to connect a new modern building to the existing facade, the extra structural strengthening cost is excessive for the end results. I'm assuming a new building would be built to IL4, which is importance level 4. A building of this nature has considerably more design requirements than that of a standard commercial building. Level 4 is a building that must be operational immediately after an earthquake or other disastrous events such as emergency shelters, hospital operating theatres, triage centres and other post-disaster infrastructure events. Should extra hospital beds have been required in the COVID-19 pandemic, this building could be built to accommodate such a situation. When talking to others from out of town, many do not remember or notice the existing town hall. I believe this is a great opportunity to be inspired by the old, but create a multifunctional and aesthetically eye-capturing building, which the region could be proud of. Conclusion: remove as much material from the old building. For example, there is a lot of timber in the hall area, which could be recycled, and also anything sentimental from the building. Pull the buildings down and remove all the materials, including foundations, thus getting it ready for any future new build. Compact the site with hard fill, which will leave the area suitable as a car park in the meantime, and then when a new build goes ahead, there's no hidden costs. You know, the worst thing you can do is open up the ground and hello, there's a whole lot of old existing ground beams and things down there. Yeah, that's it. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Steve. I think that's music to some of the elected members' ears, but we'll go right around the elected members, and I'll ask Brent to for your questions or comment.
Stephen, first of all, thank you for your submission. Given that the ballpark figure at this stage is about $6.5 million to strengthen the municipal building and retain the facade, do you see that cost blowing out exponentially, or is that about right? Obviously, I appreciate you haven't necessarily done all the homework around that.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I know there's limited information on what's there and what's below the ground. So, yeah, I mean, it could blow out quite a lot. Yeah, to hold a facade up of that weight and structure is phenomenal. And yeah, I did the sports house building for the trust, Florist Trust, and they said to us afterwards that you know, it wasn't a feasible exercise had it been a commercial building and you were wanting to get a return on it. They said, yeah, they poured huge amounts of money into the ground.
Great, thank you.
David?
Thank you, Stephen. One of my questions, Stephen, is that have we got the Wairarapa in Masterton particularly, we've got the expertise of engineers and builders and that to do all this ourselves without going outside, employing outside sort of consultants and things like that. Are you quite sure that we can do it locally?
To build a new building?
Yes.
Oh yeah, yes, no problems there. We haven't got engineers to do the propping of the facade though.
Yeah. So what you're saying, if we just pulled it down, it wouldn't have to be peer reviewed.
No, I mean you've got 4 engineers if you don't pull it down.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean you've got 2 anyway.
Yeah.
It just yeah.
Thank you, Stephen.
Bex. Unmute, Bex.
First time I use $1, Fraser. Thanks, Stephen. Nice to see you. Particularly like your points about recycling and also the possibility of taking the foundation out and flattening it so that it's got an interim use while people decide what to do. So thanks, Stephen.
Yeah, I did quite a bit of work on the stage a while ago. We did some strengthening in there, and I just noticed all the timbers and that, and be ashamed just to smash them up and get rid of them. You know, a lot of that can be recycled.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Stephen. I was just picking up about the propping. There is no propping engineers in the Wairarapa. We'd have to get someone in for that. And
correct.
Do you have experience of propping any structures here?
No. The new rules came in about July, August last year, and apparently now these guys just specialise in propping. So the standard engineer seems to be keeping clear of that. I assume there would be a fairly high risk in it.
Tim.
Hi, Stephen. Thanks for your presentation. I'm just really looking forward to seeing how your presentation contrasts with other developers. Thank you.
Tina.
Yep.
Yeah, music to my ears. I've come out of Christchurch after the earthquakes, so I have some understanding of some of the stuff. And I just think $6 million is just madness. So really, really pleased to see a submission that reflects that.
Thank you.
Lynn.
Was that me?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Stephen. Thank you very much for your comments today and noting that of your over 40 years experience. I think that of building is, it's good to hear from somebody in the trade. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Chris?
You're welcome.
Yeah, as Lynn says, I mean, given your experience, we have to take what you say seriously.
Sandy?
Thanks, Stephen. I love your recycling philosophy. I didn't know about the new rules. First I've heard of that, so thank you for bringing that up. Just very briefly, talk me through your vision for reflecting or being inspired by the existing building. And
Yeah, just quickly with that is you've got, you know, the Times Age in particularly, and the facade that's there, it can be totally mimicked on a new building with a lightweight material such as polystyrene. In fact, part of your building now, I don't know whether you know, but it is polystyrene. The civil defence area, when that was built, in behind the plaster is polystyrene. So you can do that on a new lightweight building that's going to meet code and everything. So I would quite like to see that, but yeah, just do it all new. It just opens
Gary?
everything up for you.
Gary?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Your points are noted. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks very much for your submission, Steve. Much appreciated, and it's given us another view to that to the Civic Centre. So many thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Now I'll ask if we could bring in Dave Borman. Hello, Dave. Can you hear me?
I can. Afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Dave. David, the councillors have got your report, and it's in front of them. The purpose of the hearings is to hear what your submissions and for you to expand on your key points. You've got 7 minutes of speaking, and I'll interject if it's about 6 minutes on so that you can come to your conclusion, and then 3 minutes for questions in which the councillors will go around and make comment and also ask the pertinent questions they have. So the floor is yours, David.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. I've written a few notes as normal. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to state my views on a few things to do with the annual plan, mainly the municipal building and the civic centre. You know, firstly, we need a civic centre. We need a 900-seat plus multi-purpose civic centre. This, as you know, I can go through a whole list of activities that can be used for, from cultural events, wedding, teaching, balls, funerals, etc. But we need a civic centre. With designing a new civic centre, you need to use the right architects, right engineers, right experts on civic centres. You know, things like the back of house and so on needs to be designed correctly. Other councils have skimped on these things and regret it at a later date. The building budget, yes, around the 12 million is very feasible, and it's a fair figure. So you're working around the right figures. You just need to stop using consultants. You know, using consultants, you end up with 3 options or so. You spend a couple $100,000 and you end up still not knowing where to go. We got it, for instance, we've got 350,000 off the Masterton Town Hall Library project by putting a line through consultants. There's certain consultants here can be used. We've got local knowledge here. We've got local, the mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, etc., which all can, even builders, even if you gave them $1,000, they'll be able to give you an estimate of what a building would cost to build beforehand. You don't need to employ Rawlinsons or anything like that and spend 30,000 and basically end up with a figure that's not quite right. I'd like to see the town hall, the new civic centre, either placed behind the town square or between the municipal building and Waiata House. There is options of where to place it. The process of design and pricing a new civic centre is going to take at least 18 months to complete. So a good thing here, you know, the funds will not be required until 22, no matter what you do. You know, there'll be a little bit of design fees, etc. But you know, you won't be into big expenditures until 22 for a new civic centre. That's the civic centre. The library, just a quick one on the library. I believe the library should stay where it is. Yes, it needs to be upgraded and doubled in size. You have the room there on the site, existing site. There's a couple of old containers on the site next door, but they can be moved quite easily. The good thing about the library project, you've got time. You can pick off the time when you do the library. You've got time to apply for funding, different grants, etc. So it's not an expenditure that you need to do this financial year. Municipal building. We know that the old town hall part of the building is beyond strengthening and needs to come down. The municipal building and civil defence building should be strengthened and retained. The strengthening work can be done economically. All that needs to happen is to work with an engineer and a builder and architects and look at the most cost-effective way of strengthening the building. There's a number of different ways of strengthening the building and achieve and come up with the same result, such as there's sprayed concrete over brickwork, there's ply diaphragms, there's a number of different ways that we've done existing buildings in town here, which we've got the cost down substantially by just working together as a team. Just I'll note there, there's so much confusion in this town about this facade. This facade does not need propping. The facade is the building. There's no propping engineers needed for this building. This is one whole building. People think that you're going to knock the building down and end up with a facade standing there in the middle of nowhere and you need to prop it. We're talking about saving a whole building. So there's no propping involved. This is just, you've got your floors, you've got your front and back wall, and so it just needs to be, basically the building needs to be strengthened. People got this thing in their mind, this facade, but it's a whole building that we're talking about. The cost of removing the old town hall is minimal, and there is a lot of materials in the old building in the way of bricks and some beautiful totra flooring, etc., that can be reused, whether the flooring can be reused in the new building or what. But there's some good timber to be come out of there, and that was taken into account with demolition costs. As a developer, why knock down a perfectly good building? Most towns in New Zealand would love to have such a building beside the town square. Not only the heritage aspect, you can also make a return on it. I'd like to see the building tenanted. The ground floor could have a large meeting room for the council. I'd like to see the Frank Cody Lounge turned into the eyesight, opening out onto the town square. A lot of people in Masterton don't even know where the eyesight is. The rest of the ground floor it should be used for council use. I believe it should be council use. All the staff that are over in the old ANZ building in Queen Street should move back in. This would save the council approximately $170,000 a year in rent. As a developer, $170,000 relates to $2.5 million worth of development work. So there's a big saving there. The top floor, this would make a good community hub. We have community organisations around town that would love to have the space and work with others, working with communities, etc. Yes, they'd pay a rent, not a high rent, but you would get a return on it. The upper floor would only need to be refurnished, and that's not a major. 6 minutes, Dave. Thank you. The municipal building would only need to be your capital expenditure. Because you're not spending money on the civic centre, etc. You've got time of this. Why knock down a perfectly beautiful building surrounded by other heritage buildings when you don't have to? Turn this into an asset to be enjoyed by all. Common sense. That's it.
Thanks very much, Dave. David, if you've got the comment and question.
No, thank you, David, very much for your thoughts. It's I've learned more today in two submissions than I think I've learned in 2 years. So thank you very much to you both, and particularly David. Yeah.
Bex?
No, very good, Dave. Thank you. Great points.
Graham?
Where do I start? We get back to, Dave, we get back to this whole problem of level 2 and level 3. And
Yes.
level 2, we've all pretty much agreed could be office space or apartments. So first question, I guess, is with the working from home and COVID, what do you think the demand now for office space would be? And these new ideas suddenly of putting ANZ staff back over there, well, that pretty much makes it level 3. And that's a whole different ball game. So really, I'd just like a bit of comment between level 2 and level 3, because obviously being a public building, and that the ratepayer would expect us to be at least going to level 3, if not level 4. strengthening an old building. So your comments.
First of all, level 3, I've got no problem with. There's not actually a big difference between level 2 and level 3. I'm doing the Greater Wellington Regional Council. I have decided at my cost to do the new building of the Greater Wellington Regional Council to level 3. The requirement is only level 2. But for the extra 50,000 I'm spending to bring it to level 3 is minimal and for the project of that size. Yes, it's just a little bit of extra reinforcing to go in, but it's not a major. Yes, to level 4. This building does not need to be for level 4. The building that we're doing down in the Five Rivers Medical Centre in Greytown, we're doing the main medical centre to level 3. No problem, but we're doing the ambulance. Wellington Free Ambulance is going to have their base down there, and we're doing that to level 4. Now, level 4 is a building that you, if there's an earthquake, the building doesn't get damaged and the ambulance can get out of the building. Level 3 is that you can get safely out of a building, but the building will be damaged. And this is where you got 80% of the earthquake code.
Then I'll have to leave.
Thank you.
Okay, Fraser's having to leave the meeting. Sorry, so carry on.
So if we agree that we're going to level 3,
yes,
and all we've got is a sketch from 1915, basically what the foundation is like under the facade.
Yes.
Do you anticipate any engineering overruns or costs? I'm just thinking of things like the Carden Clock Tower, which maybe I shouldn't bring up, and how much that's gone over budget once people start looking at foundations and strengthening and what have you. So do you anticipate any overruns?
Not for the money that you're allowing for it. I think you've got about 3 million overruns in there allowed for already. So you're certainly not going to have an overrun of $6 million. The basically we know what the ground's like around there. There's a lot of work being done around that area. We know that you get down and you get into river run down around about 3 to 4 feet. You've got I can see seismic wise, you're not going to come up with problems. Yes, there is going to be across the back wall. Yes, there is going to have to be a foundation, exactly the same as what we did with the Martinborough Town Hall. That was all. That's totally brick, the Martinborough Town Hall. So we ran a new concrete foundation around the outside the foundation line, tying into the foundation, and then we sprayed put starters into the existing brickwork on the building and sprayed concrete, 150 mils concrete over top of brickwork. So the foundation, yes, we did reinforce the foundations, but that's not, you only need it to do across the back of the building. I cannot see, any major cost overruns.
Okay, Graham, is that you?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Graham.
Okay, because the chairs had to leave, I'm not too sure who hasn't been asked a question. So is there anybody else that wanted to ask a question? Tina?
Yes.
Dave, I'd want to know what, if you can make available to us the market analysis if you've got around the 900 seats. The second thing is are you aware that eyesights around the country are actually on the decline? And certainly that is the case across the Wairarapa. And also your market analysis of office space and apartment needs as well. Really like to see the evidence of that. So can you supply all of that?
Yeah, I don't know where apartments come into it. I'm not looking at apartments. It was basically a community hub upstairs for the top floor, basically community organisations using the top floor, and not offices up there. Basically, I'm talking about existing community organisations basically using top floor. But the actual costing of the building, yes, it's very easily the costing. It's quite easy to give rates on what a new civic centre would cost. And you must
It's
use
not the costings. Not the costings I'm interested in. I'm interested in your market analysis as to what you basically the demand analysis for a 900 seat building, and also just your market analysis on what the office space needs are for Masterton, and taking the point I think it might have been Graham made around COVID and the likely lesserhood of people actually requiring office space as there's a movement to work from home. And the other thing is Stephen Brown, I think, raised a really interesting point that I hadn't heard before, which was, although I should have, which is the polystyrene facade. So if it's the most cost-effective option for us to actually bowl it down, but actually rebuild the facade out of polystyrene as an option, I'm just interested to hear your thoughts on that as well.
Okay. Just Dave, we're going to have to wind up, so please answer the question, but as quickly as you can, please.
Okay, yeah, no, certainly with the facade, again, going back to it's a building. So it's not worth knocking down a building with polystyrene. I don't like the polystyrene personally. It cracks. It's also a fire hazard, and so you know, yes, I've done buildings where we put polystyrene over it, but I certainly wouldn't build a building with polystyrene. You know, and you certainly wouldn't want any polystyrene in the new civic centre. Yes, I can supply you with analysts of groups that would take the top floor of the building, would rent it from the council. So yes, I can supply you what's needed for office space.
I still haven't spoken yet.
Okay, yeah, I'm coming to you. Yeah, okay. So is it just Tim to go?
Yep. Thank you for the explanation of levels. I've heard a lot of different comments about that. And just a question, would you tear up the Mona Lisa and do another version in crayon?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions, Chris? Is there anybody that wants to ask a question?
No questions. Very good, Dave. Yep.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay. Okay, then thanks very much, Dave.
Thank you all.
Okay, and back to you, Fraser.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. It's starting to shake again, but yeah, now if we can bring in Toby, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Toby, and welcome to the hearing process for the submissions. The councillors have received your report and have read it. You're in the submission. If you could just expand on the key points to that. You have 7 minutes to speak, and I'm aware you have a presentation to make, and we have 3 minutes for questions. So I'll leave it over to you, Toby.
Very good. Buckle in, I'm going to go quick. Can everyone see that presentation there?
Yes, yes, right in front of us.
Okay, so my points are COVID changes everything, and we need to think about a pragmatic way of moving forward. We've got a split community where a reasonable chunk of the community want to keep facades, and a reasonable chunk of the community want a new community centre. So this presentation is going to focus on how we actually resolve that, how we fund it, and how we can move forward. I'm going to cover off a couple of issues with the survey results, and then proceed to some recommendations on how we can move forward. So I had some issues with the way the survey was conducted and some of the results. First of all, though, the council should be applauded for releasing the raw data, because that enabled these issues to be surfaced. The first things, I think we just need to be really careful when we're doing these sorts of surveys that we get the questions right and the data right, because that's what you're then given to make these decisions. And if it's wrong, then you're it's not a true reflection of what the community wants. So key points are comparing percentages of unequal sample size is just a no-no. The results data was massively skewed by age, and I know there was a huge effort to get a wide range of ages represented, but it wasn't the case. And then the big one, subsets should not be reported as superset. And I'll drill into that one in a little bit more detail. And this might be more familiar, you've probably seen it in the report results. At a glance, if you look at this, it looks like 24% of people are prepared to pay whatever it costs to keep the facade. But if you actually drill down to the raw data, you can see that 604 people responded to this question, but there was actually 1,067 people who responded to the survey results. That means that all the people who don't want to keep the facade were not included in this response. So there should have actually been another line entered into the results that said not willing to pay anything. Now, what does that do to the results? It makes a pretty big difference. And you can see here, when we map that to the actual numbers, these are actually the correct percentage results. So actually only 13.7% of people will pay whatever it costs. 10% will pay 50 per year, and 6.9% 30 per year, and so on. So that's a really important point, because it makes a big difference to the results. So why is that important? Well, if 10% said they were willing to pay up to $50 to save the facade, 13% they were willing to pay whatever it costs. If it's actually going to cost $6 million to keep it, and there's 25,000 people, the actual cost is $240 per person to keep it, and that's $490 per ratepayer. So my question is, where did the $50 come from? Because it's not even in the right ballpark compared to what the actual cost was. So the question is, should we spend $6 million on something when only 13% of the population are prepared to pay up to that amount for it, which is anything? And even then, I'd question it. If they had have known it was $490 per rate-paying household, would they still have said they'd be prepared to pay anything? So I'll do a bit of a car analogy here, because everyone understands it's everyone's own cars. If you've got a 1985 Honda Civic in your backyard and it's full of rust, but it was your first car, so you really love it, and it would cost you 20 grand to remove all the rust from it, and afterwards you'd be left with a car that's worth 3 grand. You also got a 1969 Mustang, and that's full of rust, and if you spent 20k on it, it would be worth 80k afterwards when it was fixed. Our civic buildings are a Honda Civic. There's nothing special about them. They just have sentimental value. And realistically, if that was the car you owned, you would only have two choices, unless you were absolutely swimming in money. You'd scrap it and recover what you could, or you'd sell it and put the money towards a new car. My question is Masterton so rich that we can afford to take the rust out of a 1985 Honda Civic because of its sentimental value, or are there other things that we could spend that money on? So some observations, I'll go through these quickly. There's clearly a not insignificant percentage of the population who want to keep the facade, but there's only a much smaller percentage who are prepared to pay what it will actually cost to keep it. The value of commercial buildings and space has plummeted in a post-COVID-19 world, and there'll be significantly less space for office, less demand for office space. And it makes more economic sense maybe to knock down the civic buildings as well. Realistically now, the only reason we would earthquake strengthen the civic buildings is to save the facade. So that's an essential, effectively we're going to spend $6 million to keep the facade. And it may be economically marginal to repair the civic buildings if the costs considerably exceed the value after repair. And it's becoming clear that it makes no financial or functional sense to incorporate a new civic centre into the old facade footprint. They should be treated as entirely separate projects. In fact, the old town hall is on that site is merely a factor that contributes to confusion and misunderstanding. So now I'd like to talk about how we move forward. While I personally think we should knock it down, I recognise that there's value to some people. So what I suggest is that we actually give people the opportunity to save it if they want. We could establish a trust whose goal it is to strengthen the civic buildings in order to save it. the trust would be responsible for raising a significant percentage of the funds required, and the council would guarantee a contribution to seed the fundraising. You'd give the trust until 2026 to raise those funds, and if it was unable to, the council would assume responsibility for demolishing it. The bottom line for me is if people want to keep the facade, let them find the money to do it instead of placing the burden on ratepayers. As we've seen from the results, it's only a small percentage of ratepayers that are actually prepared to pay to keep it. So then the option 2 is, why don't we sell the land and buildings? Demolish the town hall, sell the civic buildings land to a developer, maybe David Borman, if he's so keen to keep it, he could put his hand up and keep it. But under the proviso that the facade is kept and maintained. I believe that people care about the facade, not who owns it. And a good comparison to this is actually the Times Age building. People love that building, but they're probably not aware that the person who owns it doesn't even live in New Zealand. And that's why I don't think it actually matters about who owns it. It's about the object that it is. And then we can use the money to raise, that would raise to put towards a new civic centre. It seems like a real win-win because it eliminates all of your risk for strengthening the building. You get to keep the facade and it reduces the cost of a new civic centre. Now, on the other side of the coin, in terms of a new civic centre, there's obviously a huge amount of capital that would be required for that. So my suggestion is that we actually establish a trust for that as well, and then task the community, arts, culture and heritage sectors with raising funds towards its construction through concerts, shows, contributions from local cultural organisations. It would open the door for the PGF and government funding. And if the civic buildings are sold, that could contribute to that as well. Then you could trigger the construction when 25% of the funds are raised and the council would underwrite it, but charge the finance cost back to the trust. And this allows the project to go ahead sooner instead of waiting for years to raise the funds. We can seek commercial partnerships to contribute to portions of the capital costs. And a trust is much more likely to receive external funding if a civic centre is seen as a trust-based project as opposed to a council-based project. And council could contribute things like the land, resourcing, including project managers and things like that. So it would be a real partnership. Now, in terms of a decision tree for moving forward, I think the first question is, do people care who owns the civic buildings? Now, if the answer to that is no, the obvious solution is just to sell it and put the sale proceeds towards a new civic centre. If they do care who owns the civic buildings, then that's the point you say, well, okay, let's form a trust. You can raise the funds to keep it. If you're able to do that by 2026, hooray, we'll repair it. If you're unable to, no, the council takes it back and demolishes it. And that gives people a real opportunity to participate, to get involved, to help contribute and raise funds, instead of it being just something that council does to people. Let's get people involved and give them the opportunity. So that's what I've got to say and share.
Thanks very much, Toby. Very interesting perspectives. I really enjoyed your analogy about the car. I'll just move on to councillors for comment and questions, and I'll start with Bex.
Oh, hi, Toby. That was great. Can I get a copy of that?
Yes.
We all get one.
Harriet has got a copy.
I thought that was enlightening and fascinating. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Graham.
Yeah, thank you very much, Toby. I'll remember your first submission. This was your second one on the town hall, and the first one was equally good. So no, it's a brilliant solution. Have you ever actually thought of standing for council?
Yes, I just don't have time.
Tim.
Hey, Toby. Hey, I really like your presentation. I think your use of stats was excellent. But the thing I liked most about it was you're prepared to look at things from all perspectives and acknowledge what people might think, despite you might not think that way yourself. So thank you.
Tina?
Yeah, Toby, everything you said gets a tick box from me. I know you and I online have had similar conversations around this stuff. It's incredibly well thought through. Loved your statistical analysis, because I think that's the bit that we've all been sort of trying to grapple with, because it's such a mess, actually. So thank you very much for doing that. And I've always said you should stand for Parliament.
Thank you.
Be Congress next.
Thanks, Toby. A really worthwhile presentation and good on you. There was a lot of thought and a lot of work gone into it. So thank you very much.
Chris?
Yeah, leaves us with a lot to think about, Toby.
Sandy?
Yeah, I love the presentation, Toby. I'm not a legal mind, so I'm just wanting some response. How do you see a trust raising the money for a building owned by the council? Would we be gifting the building to the trust, or how do you see that working?
I think it's an opportunity to do some work on that and be creative. I'm certainly aware that a number of other facilities around the country have used this model, Invercargill in particular. You might have seen their fantastic event centre that they've got down there. So it's probably a case of looking around to see what others have done in this space. Certainly when you need to raise a lot of money, a trust is probably a much better way of going than just trying to do it as a council. We've got to be realistic. Masterton District Council is small and we're trying to do some big projects here. And I think we just need to be a bit more creative about how they're funded.
I love your blue sky thinking. I have seen Invercargill. I was there last year, and it's inspirational. Thank you.
Yep.
I'll just cut that short. Has anyone got a question that, for Toby before we finish the hearing? T-Rail.
Kia ora, Toby. Thank you for that. Yes, we've had some discussions as well. So, yeah, I thought it was really a great presentation, actually. I did have a question. I don't know if you could answer it, but how much of the population is 13%, you know, from that survey? It was interesting to see the statistics in there as well. So, and basing it on that, you know, to make a decision on only that small populace is really interesting to me. So thank you.
13% of 25,000 is just over 3,250.
So it's just actually us. So the reason why I asked is that 3,000 would probably have more of an appetite to try to raise funds, right?
Yep.
Kia ora.
Tina, did you have a question? No.
No, I just got a bit of an unstable internet out here. So I just went to, no, I'm all good.
Okay, Brent.
Yeah, Toby, once again, thank you very much for the presentation. Very well thought out and absolutely fantastic, and certainly some good clarity around those numbers in terms of statistics. Interesting to note, though, that they are based on total population, not necessarily a population that may hold a valid opinion of age, you know, for those under 10, for example. But thank you.
Yep.
Well, thanks very much, Toby, for your submission, and very well thought through, and some very good perspectives for us to think about. So thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
Now we'll ask Sid Hayes to come in. Sid's on the telephone. You hear me, Sid? You there, Sid?
Yes, I can.
Oh, that's great. Sid, the council's read your written submission and have a copy in front of them. If you could speak to support of your submissions and particularly the key points of them. You have 10 minutes, 7 of which is for speaking and 3 of it for questions by the elected members. It is being live streamed and it is recorded. So I'll leave it to you to talk to your submission. Many thanks.
Thanks, Razor. I'll keep it brief. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak to my submission. I appreciate that you've had the opportunity to read and maybe have a copy in front of you. I also trust that all of the councillors have read the Horwath HTL market demand and financial analysis report on the proposed civic centre project that the MDC commissioned. You will have noted I'm not in favour of building a civic centre in Masterton. I do not see any sense in spending large sums of money to duplicate facilities already existing within our larger Wairarapa region. The new proposed Masterton Civic Centre will never be utilised for more than 50% of the days available in any given year. But the loan repayments and operating costs of $2 million per annum will continue for the period of the loan. Just for an example, if we took option A with library at $22.3 million plus $2 million per annum, say over just 10 years, and of course the loan would probably be more like 30, I would presume, this would end up costing the ratepayers to have this facility well over $45 million. In 4 weeks' time, we will have been without a town hall for 4 years already. And in my submission, I stated if a decision is made now to build, it will be 6 years before a new facility would be ready for use. However, I now think it will be 8 years without a town hall. So is this actually a nice to have or a need to have? Please do not look at building a new library in a civic centre. The library is located in an ideal position at present, and should the library be relocated, the council will want to spend another $2 million on refurbishing the building so that the old library could be turned into council chambers. Henley Lake. You are borrowing the largest volume of this water. You are actually only borrowing it. It should be easy to quantify water loss by simply measuring the volume of water at the intake point over a given period of time and the volume at the discharge point back into the river at the same time. The difference being losses or consumption within the lake and wetlands. And if you've read my report, you will see that I consider that this water would be either going back to the river or recharging aquifers. Skate park. I made 3 visits to observe the use of this facility, and on the busiest day, over a period of 30 minutes, only 27 people used the park. I estimate the ages of these people were between 4 years and 25 years, and they were made up of inline skaters, skateboarders, scooters and bicycles. I don't wish to speak to any more of my submission, and now welcome any questions.
Thanks very much, Sid. I appreciate it. Graham, we'll start off with yourself. You any questions or comments?
No, very good submission, Sid. It sort of echoes my thoughts, but it's great to hear from you. Thank you.
Tim? Unmute.
Hi, Sid. Thank you. And thank you for talking to me a few weeks ago as well. I just want to say I really like the way you actually took the time to go down to the skate park to see what was happening there. And you didn't just do it once, you did it 3 times. And I also like the way you put the whole time thing in perspective from the time we lost the skate park, not the skate park, the town hall, right up until when we might have another one in place. So thank you for the time you put into your presentation.
Tina?
Yes, great presentation. I've always liked what you were, where you were heading with the town hall, and just love the idea of lots of trees and stuff in the middle of the town, which is something we don't have. So thanks very much for all of the time and consideration you put into everything.
Lynn?
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Sid.
Chris,
Yeah, thanks for your observations, Sid. Well done.
Sandy,
Yeah, thanks, Sid. Very good presentation and a good submission. Appreciate it.
Tara,
No questions from me. Thank you, Sid. Kia ora.
Gary,
Yeah, thanks, Sid. Well done.
Brent,
Yeah, thanks, Sid. It's been good having conversations with you leading up to this point, and well done on putting together a fantastic submission, mate. Well done.
David,
Thank you very much, Sid. Very constructive.
Bex.
Hi, Sid. We've spoken before, which is great. And I too would like to thank you for your submission. And I also wanted to pick up on Tim's point about how long we haven't had a town hall. When you think about that a bit more seriously, it puts some things into perspective. So thank you, Sid.
Yeah, I just echo what everyone else has said. So we really appreciate your submission and the points you've raised in it. So thanks very much. And yeah, we'll talk again.
Thanks for your time.
No worries. If we can bring in Graham, please, that'd be great. We're bringing Graham, please, Harriet. There, Graham.
Yes, I'm here, Fraser. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can
you see?
Yeah, that's better. I can see you now too, which is great.
Oh, that's right.
Thanks very much for your submission, Graham. We've read it and we've got a copy of it in front of us. We're just wanting you to speak to your submission in support of it and elaborate on the key points. You've got 7 minutes. If you've 6 minutes, I'll just let you know that you can start summing up, and then 3 minutes for questions and comments. It has been live streamed and it is recorded, so I hope you don't mind that.
No, that's fine, Fraser. Actually, you're more an advantage than I had because I don't have a copy of my submission, so I'm just going by guesswork. But thank you for the opportunity, and I've also been watching the last 3 submissions, which were mainly concentrating on the town hall. So that was quite interesting. But I really want to focus on Henny Lake, the issues around there, and putting aside for the moment what the regional council proposals, because up until this point in time they would have had no effect on the inflows of the lake. It does concern me quite greatly that there seems to be a complete breakdown in the relationship between the volunteers of the Henley Trust and the council. Whoever on the council side manages the council work on Henley Lake, there seems to be a complete breakdown in the relationship between those two groups. This has resulted in, well, partly to a large part due to the work requested by the Henley Trust or advised has been somewhat not acted on very quickly by whoever's responsible for it, particularly in relation to a couple of culverts, one on the outlet, which took at least 2 years before it was repaired, and the other on the inlet that we've been enough discussion in the paper and the press about what actually happened, but when it was finally replaced and the inflow went back to what could be expected, one was left standing there wondering, well, why has this taken so long, and what is your problem? Why would you do battle with the regional council when perhaps you should look at, or council needs to look at its own management of the water supply into the lake in the first instance before spending money on fighting the regional council. Now, having said that, I know that the Henley Trust has got some ideas and some proposals that they will be putting towards the council as part of the submission process. And I would just ask the council and the council office that they actually listen to the Henley Trust people. They've got some good ideas, they've got some good knowledge. There's a lot of people there who have been around the lake, Henley Lake, for a number of years. They're in contact with people. For instance, one of the bore that the regional council put down, the 50-metre bore, they've got all the log data on that bore, if it was ever considered to be used. It was tested when it was put down in 1990. All that data has been made available to council. The Henley Trust has it. You don't need to spend a huge amount of money investigating that bore, for instance. It's already been done. But I think for whatever reason, the relationship there between the Henley Trust and the council, that needs to be repaired somehow. Most or some of you will know that I'm on the Friends of the Park committee. I'm Secretary Treasurer, and we have a very good relationship with the Masterton District Council. So I struggle to understand why the relationship between the council and the Henley Lake Trust has apparently fallen apart to the extent that it has. But speaking to some of those members of the trust, they have very little faith in the Masterton District Council, and I think there needs to be some sort of repair work that needs to be done in that direction before you go too much further on getting a consent. Just speaking to the on the town hall, I was very interested to hear the previous submissions. I think most of them, except I don't really agree with the idea of not having a civic centre in Carterton. I hate going down to in Masterton. I hate going down to Carterton to watch the opera annuity shows for us older age people. But that's beside the point. So that's really about all I've got to say. Really. I think if the council could look at trying to sort out what the relationship problems with the Henley Lake Trust and listen to what they've got to say. I think they've got some constructive ideas on steps going forward to working with the regional council. So thank you.
Graham, I really appreciate the concerns that you raised, and we're certainly, you brought it to our attention and appreciate that. We're running a little bit behind time. I was just wondering, is there a elected member have a specific question of Graham? No, there doesn't appear that. I think you've made it very clear your point, and we appreciate that. And once again, thank you for your time to put forward that submission and how you feel about Henley Lake in particular. Thanks very much, Graham.
Okay, thank you very much, Fraser.
Cheers. If we could carry this, please. Afternoon, Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thanks, Fraser.
Yeah, great. Chris, we've received your submission and read it, and each elected member has a copy of it in front of them. The point for you today is to talk in support of that submission and to particularly elaborate on the key points. There's 10 minutes in total, 7 minutes for speaking and 3 for questions. And if you're going over 6 minutes, I'll then interrupt and just to start bringing it to conclusion. It is live streamed and it is recorded. So I'll leave it to you now to speak to your submission.
Thanks, Fraser. It's 5 minutes, 54 seconds. Tina knows
You
about
got time.
So Right. Your Worship and Councillors, I appreciate the time and the opportunity to present this submission in quite extraordinary times. At the outset, I'd like to make clear that this is a submission for the times. It would have been quite different 6 months ago. Recent press coverage of your discussions has been about support for local businesses. As a commercial real estate agent, now experiencing my 4th economic collapse, and almost certainly the biggest one, I respectfully suggest that you are soon to confront challenges far greater than many realise. Before I talk about the Town Hall, I just want to give some relevant background. Throughout the months and years ahead, the focus should not be about saving Masterton. If that's your goal, you'll reach 2025 with what you had in 2019. The goal now has to be to take advantage of the doom and gloom and use it to strengthen and grow Masterton. Any money spent now should meet that test. It's from that perspective that I'm making this submission. If you're still using the annual plan as a roadmap, you're going to crash. The government's first act in this crisis was to throw the rule book out the window. The RMA is also now sensibly being amended to remove the individual's right to object. Local authorities with courage to ignore what happened before will prosper and soar. The process today, public consultation, is ridiculous. The total submissions you've received represent 1.8% of Masterton residents aged between 25 and 80. You're in a crisis. The last thing you need is the public. You need a highly competent, courageous and visionary chief executive who'll make decisions promptly, supported by councillors, confident and letting them get on with what's required. I can say that with some experience. In the post-87 crash period, 1989 to 1999, I negotiated more than $100 million of investment in Pororua City, a city with a stigma not dissimilar to Masterton. Throughout those years, I doubt there was a fortnight that I wasn't in the city chief executive's office, John Seddon. Investors and developers needed to see council enthusiasm. Some projects took years to complete, but crucially, they got initial support. It took me 3 years to persuade Big Save to come to Masterton, and that was in very buoyant times. It's all changed. Rules for different times need to be reinterpreted. Staff without the required competence or the ability to share a vision need to be replaced. John Seddon did that, and Pororua City's progress today still reflects that period. Today, you're still debating the Town Hall's future. On a Saturday 2 years ago, I brought to Masterton the New Zealand owners of a hotel in Detroit. They bought a vacant office building in a dismal part of Detroit and converted it into what's now that city's #1 rated hotel on TripAdvisor. I introduced them to David Borman and we took them through the municipal buildings and Town Hall. They left Masterton that day excited that they'd found a wonderful upmarket boutique hotel opportunity. Here's a sample of the vision that I shared with them about the site. But all of that was snuffed out by the frustration of time, and today the Town Hall debate's further behind than it was 2 years ago. My submission on this point is simple. The Town Hall facade, stunningly lit at night, is an absolute must-have for Masterton's progress. Behind it, build a new modern auditorium and function centre of appropriate size. That gives Masterton what it needs. Forget the idea of a new purpose-built facility, and particularly a new library. Families struggling to see a future 6 months from now won't thank you for prioritising nice-to-haves over opportunities to encourage, attract and partner in a cooperative, not a financial sense, with existing and new enterprises that might just have a job for mum and dad. Henley Lake. I put Henley Lake in the same category as the town hall facade. Unquestionably, a quality of life feature with vast potential for further enhancement. In the next few years, we'll be looking to attract people to Masterton who can bolster this economy. Henley Lake and its potential are definitely part of the lifestyle package that has to be promoted. But I would add that the bureaucracy around the whole issue of diverting water from the river seems absolutely ridiculous, and a perfect example of where our new order may require that rule book to also be ripped up. Spending a huge sum on a resource consent with questionable parentage without questioning the appropriateness in these times might have led to a conviction at Nuremberg. Finally, I beg your approval to comment on the skate park proposal. I didn't tick that in my submission because I see a far bigger picture. Masterton has a wonderful opportunity to be the Holland of New Zealand, the cycling capital of this country. Here's one way to seriously tackle Masterton's stigma. Prioritise cycling over motoring. We have many of what should be the widest, safest streets in New Zealand. Cycling to work should be hugely encouraged. The skate park budget would be far better be spent on programs to promote and protect cycling. But as it stands today, the skate park is safe, the streets aren't. It can't be too hard to turn that around. As usual, it's a minority at fault. I see families cycling around Henley Lake daily. That should be an option. But the streets of our town should be equally as safe. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris. Much appreciated. A lot of thought has gone into that submission. As we're running a little bit behind time, does anyone have a question of Chris or a comment to make? Tim.
Yeah, thank you. I felt like standing up and applauding when you mentioned about making our town a cycling town. I think it's an absolutely fantastic idea. So kudos to you. Thank you.
Tina.
Yeah, Chris, I loved your approach around being brave, chucking out the rule books and following the government on as thinking around that. I totally agree with you. So thanks for that. But you lost me at the lycra. I actually think the skate park. Sorry, I can't do it. I actually have a fondness for the skate park, which is such a familiar feature and a popular feature with my grandsons. But actually, to be fair, I think your idea around cycling is a good one. And I've already asked questions today around the Palliser to Pukaha, which I think also is another extension of that thinking. So, yep, more than happy to sit down and have a coffee with you over how we can get brave, because I am really concerned about that as well. And it's really hard as a new councillor to come in and have to be bound by an annual plan process, which just doesn't feel right anymore.
She won't bring a rule book either, Chris. Bex.
Hi, Chris. Just wondered thank you for your submissions, firstly, but also just wondered what your thoughts are on cars in Queen Street, just quickly.
I would love to see, and I think I didn't go into it because it wasn't part of what's in the annual plan, but I think one of the greatest opportunities Masterton has is to pedestrianise Queen Street and make it a real attraction in the Wairarapa. I mean, we have to think, why do people come to Martinborough, Greytown? They might come on as far as Carterton, but how do we get them to Masterton? We have to provide something that is unique. We have to provide something that's very family friendly and different to what Martinborough and Greytown have. And pedestrianising Queen Street and creating something unique in New Zealand, I think it is just, Masterton has a fantastic opportunity there, but it requires the ability to say, look, it's not easy, but the end result would be worth it, and this would be something that will really set the town up well. in terms of, really attracting new business to the town, a real point of difference, and making an area in the town that would just be so friendly and fantastic for families with buskers, cafes, what have you.
Thanks, Chris.
Right,
okay.
David.
Oh, Chris, thank you very much. It's wonderful to have a vision of someone coming in from outside with a lot of experience, and we need more people like you with a vision to get on and get things done. But thank you very much for a very constructive submission.
Thanks, David.
Gary?
Chris, yeah, thanks. Very good presentation. As a real estate agent, you'd have a fair idea of the demand for office space. We're talking about the municipal buildings. Do you see that being taken up quite easily?
No, no, unfortunately, Gary, I think the demand for office space is sort of very minimal. And I think this work from home thing is going to be very interesting. I'd be advocating, I'd be suggesting that it's going to be a bit of a fad. The human body is a combination of muscles, and muscles always work better when they're warm, and people are warmer in an office than they are working from home in terms of just social contact. But it's not really, I don't see Masterton as being an office location. We need smart people over here, developing things, building things, creating things. I mean, I know one of the opportunities that's sitting there just to be grabbed is, I know there's an organisation very keen to lease the airport off the council. Why the council has to hang on to an airport? Wellington City doesn't, Auckland City doesn't, Christchurch doesn't. It's costing the ratepayers money, and there's an organisation that's running 2 airports in the UK that want to lease Masterton Airport and have the council make some money out of it. They had an Italian outfit that wanted to lease some space there as well to develop carbon fibre airframes. Unfortunately, the availability of cheap planes around the world has sort of undermined that a wee bit, but apparently the Italians are still keen to be involved in that. So these are the sorts of things that I think, but it's no good spending 2 years sitting around debating them and what have you. Someone has to drive these things and make them happen.
Thanks very much, Chris. I'll take one last question. Have you got one, Sandy?
Just a quick one. I hear you talking about bringing business to town. I fully support it. What's your opinion on the financial benefits of, say, revisiting the My Masterton that brought residents to live here?
That was a really good program. I don't know, Sandy, if how much support it got around council and what have you, but these things, they take a long time in incubation. You have to start, sowing the ideas and just, it takes a while for people to latch on, and then they get dissatisfied over something in their own town or city, and they start to think, well, where could we go? And if they have seen something like that, it comes back to them. I had an idea, and I shared it with Lynn one morning. We were having a coffee. I think I did. David Borman was there. And that during that period, to run ads on ZB in Auckland at, say, just prior to the 7:30 news in the morning, where they do traffic reports and say, and here's the traffic report for Masterton, a bit of a delay this morning, 2.5 minutes to get to work, but still no traffic lights. When someone's sitting in a motorway queue for an hour and a half in Auckland, they hear something like that, they start to think, what am I doing here? And so that My Masterton was actually a really good initiative. It had all the right signals and what have you. Those sort of things I think are well worth investing in.
And I mentioned the traffic lights, Chris. We've gone over our time, and so I'll have to put a red light to the submission. But I certainly do appreciate you coming in and the thought that you've put into and the comments that you've made. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Fraser.
Cheers. If we could bring in Murray, please, Harriet.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, Murray. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you.
Thanks very much for taking the time to present today. The councillors have your written submission and have read it. The purpose for yourself is to speak in support of that and to expand on your key points. You've got 7 minutes and then 3 minutes with questions. It has been live streamed and it has been recorded. So welcome and many thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I really only want to talk about two of the points. One is the airport and one is Henley Lake. I noticed the airport, although it's part of the long-term plan, I think, but there are certainly indications there's a lot of money to be spent on it, and whether it's going to be government money under the big basket they're handing out or not, I'm not sure. But yeah, in terms of the airport, I think we have to accept with COVID-19 that air industry is pretty much stuffed for probably 5 years at a minimum, I think, if not longer, all around the world. I mean, aircraft are being laid up. The international flight industry is probably very much a has-been for very much the medium term. And even Air New Zealand, they've laid off near on 400 pilots and talking about a third of their staff going. So, you know, in the medium term, the chance of getting Air New Zealand or probably any other industry, airline industry, to fly out of Masterton is probably remote. So I would put it that really any expenditure there, you're just going to end up with a glorified drag racing track. And so, yeah, I think the other thing about, you know, if we're going to say we're going to have an airport in Masterton, well, you know, in 15 years, they're talking about perhaps having 50 to 60,000 people here, but people are still going to go to Wellington or Palmerston. You know, if you're going to pay 180 or 200 bucks to fly to Auckland from Masterton or more, you know, most people still will vote to drive to Wellington and get a ticket there for $90 or the same from Palmerston. So I don't think you're ever going to have the bulk of people that will be willingly flying out of here on a regular basis to support that expenditure on the airport. But that's really that's my thought on that ongoing expenditure on the airport. In terms of Henley Lake, I guess I look at it that I'm coming from, you know, I've been here all my life pretty much. And I guess for the last 20 years, I've pretty much walked Henley Lake every day that I've been in town, which is most days. And I think I agree that it's essential we have Henley Lake. I don't agree that we need to apply for the low water intake over summer. I think there is enough water. It's just has been gross mismanagement right the way through of Henley Lake. You know, numerous times over summer when the Rimahanga gets really low, you have intermittent high flow periods where it's rained up in the hills. And I'd be walking around the lake and has the inflow beefed up? No, it's just a dribble. And yet, you know, Rimahanga is sort of flowing bank to bank. Why are these periods of time not, and it happens probably regularly 3 or 4 times over, you know, the 4 or 5 months of summer, you could probably boost Henley Lake and fill it up if the management, you know, the hands-on management of that water was there. The other issue about Henley Lake is that in summer, the water comes in one end at the Rimahanga and it goes out the northern, the southern end, and it flows out to the wetlands. And the wetlands are the most misnamed piece of land in the whole of the country. I think it's really the desert land. It flows out through a stream that goes out the back, and then it just sinks into the ground. So anything that comes in over summer from Rimahanga River just basically sinks into the ground. And I don't know whether I can actually share something here. I was just going to share you a video. I don't think they actually probably show. Can you see that? No.
No, I can't see it at the present time.
No, I can't share that actually. It's with a nuisance. It was just a video I took of this summer when I was walking around Henley Lake and just for Christmas, and actually rescued over 200 eels from the wetlands out the back, which were just drying up. And it's a regular occurrence that they just dry up all the time. And as far as any marine life there, every year it's just decimated. So, you know, I would just support, take water, the water intake over summer. It can be managed probably with current inflows, but it's got to be managed on a day-to-day basis. And they should cut out the whole wetlands out the back, because anything that goes there just disappears into the ground, and it really is pointless in having it at all. So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Murray, and for the points you raised there. Has anyone got a question of Murray? Or a comment?
Yeah, Fraser, I've got a comment for Murray. The reason why the wetlands won't hold the water is simply because it doesn't get enough water through for long enough periods through the year to seal it. Simple as that.
Yeah, it's very porous. I was, I used to play there as a kid when they were building it, and it was, the whole lot was just riverbed rock, and I'm aware it's very porous, and I don't think there is an answer to it. That's right, and that's why I say everything that just flows out the back just sinks straight into the ground before it perhaps even reaches as far as the wetlands out the back. The wetlands on the side of Henley Lake, between the lake and the Rimahanga, actually probably work reasonably well, and I suspect there would be enough water to keep that going and the lake going, but it's essential to stop it going out the back, because as I say, it just becomes a death trap for any of the eels and water life that is in that waterway out the back.
Well, thanks, Murray. No other questions or comments? Yeah, thanks for coming in and presenting and taking the time to do so. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Thanks, Murray.
Murray. If we can bring in, I can't see Roger there. Can we bring in Tom Ward, please? You there, Tom? Tony, can we bring in Tom, please? Tom Ward. Oh, sorry. Roger's coming in apparently. I've just called him and he's coming back in now. Oh, Roger, you're on mute.
Righto, I'll better unmute. I was on for a while and then gave up.
Okay, welcome, Roger, and many thanks for giving up your time. Councillors have had your written submission, have a copy in front of them, but we would like you to support your submission and expand on your key points. You have 7 minutes to talk. Bill will go at 6 minutes, or I'll interject, and then there'll be 3 minutes for questions. So without any further ado, I'll let you take the floor.
Okay, I don't think I'll take very long. You might be able to catch up on some of the time. So the main issue I wanted to talk about was Henley Lake. I'm a very keen user of Henley Lake almost every day when I'm not locked down. And I think it's one of the very principal assets of the town in terms of living here. So I'm very keen that the lake and the facilities around it be maintained and further improved. So I favour trying to get the resource consent for continuing the current size of the lake. I would also like to raise my concerns about the management of the area. There are real problems after rain in walking around the area, which so many of us do. And year after year, for the years I've been walking there, the same problems of access to particular areas and so forth have been there. And it would be good to see an upgrading in the management of the paths around Henley Lake so that you can walk there at any time of the year without giant puddles and blockages and so forth, and would be so easy to achieve. I really just want to emphasise how valuable an asset it is for people living here, and everything that can be done to continue making it an asset, I'm strongly in favour of. The second issue that I want to comment on is the town hall. I do think it's important to have some facility in the town. I attend various events at the Carterton Event Centre, and that has a very busy program, and it's an extraordinarily flexible facility for activities to go on. The two things we need in Masterton, one is a facility for holding activities of varied kinds, and the second is to have some personality to the town. And having overheard some of the earlier people making submissions, the Queen Street and the area around the current town hall are really our two standout features. And so whatever we can do to maintain them, I'm in favour of. Like many people, I very much like Dave Borman's proposal for how to develop the area of the town hall, which from my experience of Dave, his cost estimates are pretty good. So I'm not quite sure why there's such a discrepancy. The skate park, in my view, deserves lower priority given the other tasks that need to be done around town. I pass it very frequently. It has a relatively low use, for example, compared with Henley Lake. So I would make it very much the third priority. The final thing that I'll comment on is the deficiencies of the two questionnaires that I've completed in recent times, the one about the town hall and the one for annual submissions. There were quite a lot of things I would have liked to have added to my views, and I would have liked to have said neither of what's suggested is what I favour. I favour something else, and that just wasn't practical. Because I do a lot of work developing and applying questionnaires for our various projects, I really feel that there's a need to help participants to produce good responses so that the ideas that are around the town get fairly represented. And I don't believe either of those recent questionnaires have provided that opportunity. So that's all my comments.
Thank you, Roger. Questions or comments from councillors? Lynn?
Thank you, Roger. I'm going to be a bit rude here and sneak in a note about your submission, but I know that you're a world-renowned pandemic specialist and live in Masterton, so I just wondered if we can indulge for a minute or so and put you on the spot and just to give us your feedback, Roger. I mean, if you don't want to, that's fine, but if you're able to give us some insights from your point of view around the COVID-19 from a New Zealand perspective.
Okay. Have you got half an hour?
You've only got 2 minutes.
Yes. I get a lot of people asking me that question. I think New Zealand has done exceptionally well. I think we're on track to potentially achieve what they call elimination. I prefer to call freedom, which is a more positive term. So I think we're doing well. I'm expecting several cases, sort of unexpected cases over the next week. And we've had 2 today after 2 zeros, because as we came out of level 4, you'll get some transmission. I think that will be over fairly quickly. I believe that we can proceed to level 2 next week. If we get several cases in some of the other areas, then I had the Times Age asking me yesterday, could Wairarapa lead the way? And my answer is yes, that if we can't have national level 2 on next week, we could have level 2 in the areas with no cases that appear to be free of the disease, and lead the way for the other parts of the country to come in as a second phase. That would demonstrate what the effect of level 2 is. If we then pop up with some cases, it'll say that level 2 is not as safe as we thought it is, but that's my view. I had a request this morning from the Netherlands wanting to know what is it that New Zealand's done that's made it such a success. So I've got to reply to that tonight. And I said, I can't do it in 2 minutes. It's a multifactorial thing. I don't know, does that...
Thank you. I appreciate putting you on the spot, that you answered the question anyway, as quickly as you could. Thank you, Roger.
Has anyone else got any questions relating to Roger's submission? No, Roger, we really appreciate you coming in and sharing your thoughts, and particularly the last part on COVID. So, yeah, many thanks.
Well, if there are things that people want advice on in relation to COVID, I'm sitting here actually working on a very large World Bank project at the moment, preparing a plan of that. And if you want any input on any specifics or background information about the disease, then I'm always available to help.
Yeah, it's great you live in Masterton. Well done. Thank you.
Okay, righto. I'll leave you now.
Thank you, Roger.
Bye.
So we're bringing in Tom Ward shortly.
I can't believe, oh, right.
Here he comes. Under the auspices of Jan.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
I see you've got your secretary there, Tom.
My PA.
Yeah, your PA. Good on you. Tom, you've probably been listening in, but we've read your submission, and elected members have got a copy in front of them. You're in support of it, and just expanding on the key points of your submission. You've got 7 minutes. If you go over 6, I'll give you a little warning, and then to round it up, and then 3 minutes for questions. And obviously, topic very close to your heart, Henley Lake. So I'll let you get started.
Thank you, Fraser, Nealon, councillors. I have an overhead PowerPoint projection. We'll just go straight into that. Next slide, please. Okay, clearly our main objective is the adequate quality and quantity of water, so that water sports can be pursued throughout the year. That aligns with the original concept for Henley Lake. It also returns the lake to the condition it was in after it had been developed and donated with local community time, money and effort. And this was the state when it was gifted to Masterton District Council. Next slide, please. Our long advocated position is that all surplus water should be channeled through the southern lake outlet to the wetlands to provide wildlife habitat and strip pollutants before the water percolates back into the Ruamahanga River system. Our trust was formed in 2003 to develop with significant funding from Wellington Regional Council and others, the wetland area, which had been neglected up to that point. Members battled for years to try and maintain the flow to the wetlands by removing accumulated weed and rubbish from the outlet manually. When the willow roots emerged from the downstream end of the outlet pipe, the problem was finally recognised, a solution devised, and finally is installed in 1516. Next slide, please. Option 1. Background, the material is indicated that getting water during the low flows may well not succeed. Indication since the Ruamahanga Whaitua presentation and subsequent registered opposition makes summer low flow takes unlikely. Henley Trust does not therefore support option 1. Next slide, please. Option 2, at no time formally or informally has the boardwalk additional planting being raised with Henley Trust? The first we became aware of this concept was feedback from those surveyed on options 1 and 2 at Henley Lake. There are benefits from lining the lake margin with flaxes and carrots grass, such as it has been done by volunteers at the southern end of the lake. Not only will these plants help buffer the wavelet margin, but they dissuade Canada geese from leaving the lake to graze and foul paths. Weed species such as willow, willowweed, and iris will have to be permanently eliminated before this can be successful. Next slide, please. The attractive component of this option is seeking of the water take consent in times above summer low flow restriction levels. However, the old consent expired in 2016. Financial provision has been made since then. All that has been achieved is consultation. In August 2019, when Henley Trust was first divided into the process, we tabled the idea of injecting cold fresh water via the bore, on-site bore, when water was not available from the river. While reports relating to the bore established in 1990 by the District Council were not available to MDC staff, they were obtained by Henley Trust in June 2019. These reports were passed on to MDC staff and councillors as request. Next slide, please. The blockage at the inlet channel was identified nearly 3 years ago, a similar situation to the blockage at the lake outlet. MDC staff were advised and trustees asked not to crawl into the culvert to remove willow roots as it was too dangerous. Henley Trust were told that the culvert could not be removed. The blockage restricted available water flow until the culvert was removed at the end of February 2020. The inflow of fresh, clean water was immediate, noticed, and commented on by Henley Lake users, who observed an improvement of clarity of water in the lake. Arguably, the toxic algal blooms over the last 2 summers may have been less severe if all of the available water had reached Henley Lake. Next slide.
6 minutes.
Next slide, please. That was the intake in August 2019. Next slide, please. And in November 9, 2019, where there was a significant fresh flowing through the river, the discoloration shows that. Next slide, please. That was the culvert, blocked at the same time. You can see where a scrape had removed some of the branches but not unblocked their culvert. Next slide, please. That's the control structure in November 19. Water block not getting through. Next slide, please. This was a downstream view of the culvert when it was removed. Next slide, please. That was the upstream end. We estimated 80% at the time. It was actually closer to 9. That's the water flowing through the culvert. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And that's the control structure with the blockage removed. So in conclusion, there was more work to do to better manage the available water. There are individuals with institutional knowledge and relevant qualifications that are willing to give their time to develop a long-term water management plan and explore options to access bore water. Work presented by Ken Downing included recommendations to control toxic algal blooms. And with the COVID-19 situation, additional expenditure for water take consent should be deferred. I'm prepared to convene a group of users, qualified expertise, council representatives, and MDC staff to explore solutions, options, and costs to come up with a proposal for a consent application to be included in next year's annual plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for the offer. Councillors, if you've got a question for Tom, comment. David?
Just thank you very much, Tom, for your very thorough presentation. I'd just like to compliment the Henley Trust over the years. You've done a wonderful job, and I think if you can get everybody behind you, I'm sure you'll have success and make Henley Lake not only, it's been one of Masterton District Council's better projects. It'll make it even better than it is now. And thank you.
Thank you. Brent?
G'day, Tom. Hopefully the sun's not too bad and you can actually see me. I didn't get to see your presentation for whatever reason, so I'd love to see it. Very well presented, mate. It is a fantastic place. I'm sure we can all agree, and there's an obvious breakdown in communication there, and I hope we can, certainly as a council, can repair that and continue to support the fabulous facility and work that you do. So thank you.
Lynn?
Just to pick up, agree with what Brent has said. Thank you, Tom. That was a really good presentation and a good conclusion with a way forward that we can consider. So thank you very, very much.
Any others?
Yeah, great job, Tom. We've talked about this at length, and I've certainly learned a lot about the lake over the years. That you mentioned that meeting that was convened at the Frank Cody Lounge. It was actually my initiative, and I got that off the ground. And Ken was very knowledgeable, and I fully support someone like you leading this. It's just going around and around in a circle. With the changing environment we're in now, we're going to want community input more than ever, and I certainly will continue to support you and the Henley Trust. So thank you for that presentation.
Any other? Tina, and then Sandy.
I'd just like to say thanks very much as well. And I'm all for community-led projects like this anyway. And fill your boots as far as I'm concerned. We should be enablers and back you as much as we can.
Sandy? You're on mute, Sandy. I'll go to Bex and then come back to you.
Oh, I'm right now, sorry. Plays up sometimes. Just sitting here viewing those culvert pictures, incredibly frustrating. So it must have been quite damaging for the trust involved in that long period trying to negotiate that. I hope we progress your suggestion of convening that group.
Bex.
Hi, Tom. Great presentation. I live across the road from Henley Lake, trying to enjoy it every day. It's a jewel in the crown. Let's work together to make it so. Thank you.
Any others?
Yeah,
okay, Tom. I'm just admiring your facial hair, actually, seeing what I can do with mine. But thanks very much for the time you've taken in the presentation. And yeah, we'll take on board a lot of those suggestions that you've made. Many thanks.
Thank you for the time. Thank you for the time.
Cheers, Tom.
Happy to continue working with you.
And next we have John Lapsley. I take it that's Galaxy J4.
Can you hear me?
Yes, John, I can.
We're all there, good. Hey, hold on. Things are coming up. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can. I haven't got a image of you, but
oh, don't know why.
You're aware, John, of the that the councillors have got a copy of your written submission in front of them and they have read it. You can speak to your submission and particularly elaborate on the main points. And you have 7 minutes, and then we have 3 minutes of questioning.
Sure thing. Well, it's sad there's no photo there. Never mind. I'm well overdue for a haircut. Now, just a couple. Shovel-ready projects. I know that's not on the agenda today, but I thought I'd just bring them up because it has been discussed in the past at quite length. I can't see why we can't move on to domestic water and sewage straight away. We've got a terrible problem with sewage being discharged into local rivers, and we could address that, including what I think is probably one of the biggest problems is the stormwater rate getting into the sewage. There are two projects we can get underway. Now, back in the 80s, the council had a plan about raising the boundary levels of the reservoir up a plain road. to cope for future demand, but then there was a drop in our population, so it went off the radar. I can't see why that could not be reintroduced. I think they were talking about raising the borders about 2 metres. That would give us plenty of rainwater supply during the summer. The three main things we're going to talk about today: the skate park, Henley Lake, and the town hall. The Henley Lake, that's quick. I'm not convinced we should spend $600,000 in challenging the Wellington Regional Council, because they've got deeper pockets than us and they'll just win. The other contributors today have come up with some other good ideas, and I won't even go there because they're well out of my league. But yeah, don't spend $600,000 challenging a legal opinion. The skate park, I think we should get on with that straight away. The money from that should come from the $1.2 million that you set aside for improvements to the airport. That's not going to be needed in the next 12 to 18 months. It's pretty well accepted that domestic air travel is a thing that's going to take that 12 to 18 months to get back up again. So we could put that $1 million you set aside for the airport on the agenda for next year and finish the skate park. Now, the town hall, which most of our people today have complained about. I won't try and address all the issues because you've listened to them 100 times, but I think we should just wash our hands of the project, get out of it. There's no business case for a town hall. We don't even know what the demand is, so I don't know even why we're talking about it. The survey that was completed is, as other presenters today have mentioned, is a complete load of bollocks, and we need to address that. And some of the more important things about the town hall is, it's been reported that it would run at a loss of $2 million each year for the first 5 years. Well, we know that will just keep on going and going and going, and it will probably just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And the people who are really concerned about the poor people of Masterton should remember there was a good story in midweek about 2 months ago about food poverty in the Wairarapa. Now, you realise that if we're going to up rates by at least $200 per ratepayer, I've heard it's been as high as $500 per ratepayer, that's food you're going to take out of children's mouths to build something that we do not need. We haven't had a town hall effectively as a commercial venue for 7 or 8 years, so I can't see the point in starting now. Now, if we need venues, we've got Wairarapa College, that holds about 1,000 to 1,200 people. You got Rathkeale College, they're just spending $2 or $3 million renovating there. That holds 300 plus people. So why do we need a theatre that has no proven use of? People talk about the Carterton Event Centre being such a great venue, and it is. But most of the bookings are for their rooms. The Maydell Auditorium, I checked last year, last elections, and it was booked 78 times. That's less than twice a week. And that would apply to any auditorium that we were going to build in Masterton. Now, end of the day, so I'll keep it quick and just call it quits at that. Thanks, team.
Okay, thank you, John. Questions from councillors? Was that a hand for say okay, Bex, or a question? Okay. John, many thanks for the points you've made, and really do appreciate the time that you've taken to put forward a submission and also to come in and present it. Much appreciated.
Okay. Same about the photo.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, bye.
Bye. The next presenter is Jamie. He wants a bit of time for Federated Farmers as well. Lynn, is that right?
No, I just said that he may have wanted to expand a little bit on his submission.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, afternoon all.
Hi, Jamie, how are you?
Thanks for the opportunity to carry on this process.
Yeah, Jamie, we've read your submission and it's in front of councillors at the moment. We just want you to speak in support of it and the major points. And you've got 7 minutes and 3 minutes for questions by the councillors and comment.
Thanks very much, Fraser. So I followed the online process for the submission, and as you'll see in the comments, part, I was pretty disappointed that there wasn't any opportunity to provide any feedback. For example, the skate park, it was, do you either support the 300,000 or the $500,000 option? So I didn't answer that question. But what I really wanted to talk about, because this was all sort of done and dusted before COVID-19 impacts came in, and we've been in level 4 and level 3 lockdown for almost 40 days now. And I've been in communication with Lynn and Graham and David. I couldn't guess the rest of your email addresses, sorry. Just saying that I think the council's let ratepayers down by not providing an alternative view. Yes, the annual plan process was done well before the COVID-19 lockdowns, and it was based on, what business was last year. And I look at my budget in February, and it was based on business last year as well, and it looked really good. Now I've recut my budget based on COVID and the drought, and it looks bloody awful. So just to give you a bit of context, my estimate of impact on the agricultural sector of COVID-19 and the drought is probably around the tune of about $170 million in the Wairarapa. So when you add that to hospo and tourism and everyone else, you can see that there's a very diminished pool of money around to pay for lovely, fluffy projects for Masterton. And what I'm disappointed about is that we haven't really seen, a plan B. And there's talk of a plan B, and there's been some good work done with, some urgent helpings of people who are under pressure, and there's plenty of people under pressure. But with those corresponding revenue reductions and fee rebates and rates, instalment relief and so on like that, there's been no conversation about where's the revenue going to come to pay for that. Now, pre-COVID, we were facing a 6.8% increase in rates, and that was all blamed on roading. Well, yes, there is a 7% increase in roading, but every other piece that I pay rates for has got a 7% increase in it as well. And so I think it's been, I think the council really needs to hit the pause button here and say that they owe their ratepayers the opportunity to look at what Plan B might be and what the alternative is, and to really go through your budget from a zero-based position. And that's what we've had to do on the farm. So I was going to do 5 kilometres of fencing this autumn. Old fences in state of terrible disrepair and need to be fixed. I've cut that back to 2, which was the urgent ones which have to be done. The other 3 kilometres, we'll just work around it. We'll patch them up. We'll work around it, and next year, when things hopefully look better, we'll get into doing that. But I don't have a ratepayer I can just tap. I've got a bank, and he demands interest, and he demands repayments, and he demands a business case. Whereas I think council, and I think your councillors have been let down by the staff, and the fact that they haven't actually delivered you anything which you can give out to ratepayers and make some value out of this consultation and submission process. Just specifically on the projects, I'm really interested in that Henley Lake one. Totally agree that that's a really good option forward. The town hall, I agree with the last guy. Look, it's a dinosaur. Just leave it. Do nothing with it. Wait and see what the economy does. It's not going to create shovel-ready job projects for that many people. It's not going to take the people who train in hospitality. Aren't going to be able to suddenly pick up a hammer and go out there and bring nails in. And the skate park and the Park Street upgrade and stuff like that look really nice to have, but they're not going to drag more people into town. And your investment decisions of ratepayers' cash and borrowed money, which ratepayers are going to have to pay back, should be about how many jobs are they going to create and how much revenue are they going to create for this region and how much prosperity are they going to create. And I think if you put that sniff test over your projects, then you'll be looking at a totally different place where you're going to spend ratepayers' hard-earned funds.
Thanks, Jamie. You make some very salient points. Now I've asked the elected members in terms of questions or comments. Tim.
Jamie, can you just say what your position on Henley Lake was again? I missed that point just before you talked about the town hall.
Yeah, Tim, I just listened to the previous submitter, one before that, and I agree absolutely what they say about Henley Lake. I think it's a good option. I've had a lot of experience with the regional plan process with Greater Wellington and my federated farmers role. I'm still in the middle of that. I probably can't say what I think of them or the process in public, but to see $600,000 as the requirement to get a water take for Henley Lake, which is all about people's health and well-being, is absolutely ridiculous.
Cool. Thanks, Jamie.
Gary.
Jamie, thank you very much for your presentation. What do you see personally as the fairest rating system for rural residents?
Yeah, that's a tricky question. Well, feds, every time I've done the feds submission, we've always come up and put uniform annual general charge as being a fair way of doing it. You know, that's not there at the, you know, that's not in that submission this year at the moment. Look, I think the rates are based off the contract with Higgins and the works, the repairs which have been done. And look, Masterton District Council needs a good pat on the back with what's been done to these rural roads with the forestry, the increase in forestry volume, which is there through pretty trying circumstances between ratepayers and council. And, you know, our road in Bideford, Te Bideford Road, used to have hundreds and hundreds of potholes, which got fixed every winter, and then another pothole developed in the same place. Now that's not happening because it's been fixed properly. What's the fairest way? I don't really think there's a lot of problem at the moment with it. You can argue capital value, land value, uniform annual general charge. The point I've got is that we can't just keep hiding behind the cost of inflation and the need to, you know, not cut services as the excuse to keep raising rates. You've got to look at, you know, what's the value of the rate infrastructure and what can council do to add value to that. And I agree that you've got to spend money on helping those parts of the community who can't afford it. But, you know, I look at the challenges. My wife's got a retail business. I look at the challenges of what COVID's going to deliver, and it looks bloody awful for us. So, you know, the last thing we need is another whack of rates increase on top of it.
Thanks, Jamie.
David, then Sandy.
Jamie, thank you. Jamie, you've talked about the savings and everything. Can you just give us some idea with the income farmers are going to face, sheep and beef farmers on the hill country? What sort of decrease in income are you predicting? Is it 20, 30 or whatever for the next 12 months? And can you just outline to the councillors the problems you've had with getting stock processed?
Yeah, so I've worked on, so last year we averaged about $9 a kilo for lamb, my hill country sheep and beef farmer. So I've put a conservative budget in of those being $6. So that's what, a 33% reduction in I put a budget number in as positive, which it only probably make myself feel better. I mean, wool was basically impossible to sell. It used to be 30% of our revenue on the farm. It's now a cost to us. We've got to share them. Can't do anything with the wool. We're just going to have to tip it over the bank probably. And cattle, sort of a slightly brighter part, but we supply the prime beef market through weaner calves, which go on to people to finish to provide all the steaks and everything. The delays for killing prime have been up to 6 to 7 weeks. The market, and that's purely because the meatworks are full of prime beef at the moment, because their market is the white tablecloth in the food service industry, and obviously they're not buying anything at the moment. Luckily, on the 16th of March, or roughly, or before lockdown, or whenever it was, we had a fantastic rain which solved the drought. And you know, as you see the NIWA figures and what farmers have farmed for 40 or 50 years in the Warrap have said, one and the toughest one they've ever had to deal with. Well, I'll just go on to lose my video because I'm running out of broadband.
Yes, quick, Sandy.
Yep.
Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah, just quick, Jamie. Sorry, my sound cut out for a minute there. Is there any? And I accept the criticism of the survey. You're not the only one, but is there any room for movement with regards to rates within the rural sector?
Well, if we don't pay them, we get a 10% penalty, and then if we carry on not paying them, then you can sell our farm. So the point is, you set the rates, we have to pay them. And so what I'm upset about is that you don't that council, and I'm not saying councillors or staff, Masterton District Council doesn't seem to have presented a plan B to people. It's just said we're going to do some work on it. Well, that's not good enough when you tell us what we've got to pay and we have to pay it.
Is there any other questions, Tina?
Yeah, thanks very much, Jamie. And what you're saying is echoing everything I'm hearing out there at the moment as well. In terms of economic recovery for the Wairarapa, If there's likely to be still some money coming from government, which I'm in two minds about, but I'd be really interested to know whether you can see anything that's not on the table at the moment that you can see that would actually help the Wairarapa, not being funded by local government, being funded by central government.
Yeah, straight away I'd turn all the border dikes at Henley Lake into water storage, and I'd put a treatment plant which treats the water to the use of a dairy farm or Fonterra standards, and then use that as your water supply, either to augment the flow in the river to keep the quality of the river up, or to supply irrigators who currently take water out of the river during summer. I wouldn't worry about a dam up in the hills. I'd use that land down there and store the water there and use the Masterton wastewater.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thanks. It's really cool. That's different, and that's what we need at the moment, is some thinking out of left field for us to consider. Because at the moment we're not being brave enough, and we need to be braver.
Any other questions from elected members? If not, Jamie, many thanks for the time you've taken in the presentation and putting your hand up today to come in. It's much appreciated.
Hey, Fraser, thanks very much. Can I just say one thing? So my rates bill is $27,000 a year, okay, for 1,300 hectares of farmland and 4 houses, of which 3 of them are used by the farm and 1 we rent out to someone else. So, it's not a tap which can continually be turned on and money to pour out of it. That's for sure. So it's about 6% of my annual expenditure a year is now on rates.
Okay, thanks for that.
Very good.
Appreciate that. And welcome in, Gary. Can you hear me?
Is that me? My turn, is it? Gary.
Sorry?
Which Gary?
You're quite faint, Gary. Can you?
Oh, sorry. All right. Is that any better?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can all elected members hear?
Yep.
Thanks. And Gary, we've read your written submission, and councillors have it in front of them. You're to talk to you and to support your submission and expand on your key points. You've got 7 minutes and then 3 minutes of questions. And I just got to remind people that they're live streamed and recorded.
Right. Okay. Yeah, my submission is on nothing more than the Henley Lake, because I'm not a resident of Masterton. I live in Carterton. However, anyway, let's get going. There's no doubt in my mind that Henley Lake is a superb facility, and not just the lake, but also the whole park, whether the focus is on land or water-based recreational or competitive activities. My geocaching colleagues are just one of many users of the area. Not so much the area, though, when the lake is stagnant and becoming toxic. Management of the lake's water supply needs to improve regardless of the ultimate course of action taken with water consents, in my opinion. Consented or not, diverting water from the Ruamahanga when it is barely a trickle is less ethically and environmentally viable than ever. So let's take that option off the table and remove the distraction. Council's earlier option of, quote, making changes to the lake to adopt over time, unquote, concerns me, in that this is the top of a slippery slope to reducing the lake to a shallow, muddy swamp, there being no consideration allowed with that option for when the river is too low. However, the consultation document dated the 26th of February stated that the preferred option was to, quote, modify the current resource consent, number 170189, to take water from the Ruamahanga River when above minimum flow, and investigate alternative water sources. Just what will the critical parameters be, and how will they be assessed and monitored? Historically, do the numbers in the 2003 consent, 930028, have any relevance today? Low flow in that appears to be defined as 2,700 litres per second at Wardell's Bridge, above which up to 1,000 litres a second may be taken. Now, 1,000 litres a second removed for flowing into the lake equates to 86 million litres a day, which is, and by my calculation, about 3 times the capacity of the lake. And that doesn't quite add up in my book somehow. Anyway, based on my observation last week at the inlet culvert, I calculated that there was about 60 litres a second flowing into the channel. And that equates to about 5 million litres a day, or about 20% of the lake's volume. And we've already seen what how much impact the free flow of that amount of water has already made to the lake. When I was out on the lake the previous week, I've never seen the water as clear as it was. I reckon I could see about nearly 2 meters, probably 1.5 to 2 meters, and see the bottom of the lake as clear as it's ever been. Anyway, go back to that, that 60 litres a second estimation, or calculate, it was a calculation really. I would think that approximately 1/3 to 1/2 of that inflow to the lake could be enough to hinder, if not prevent, algal growth in the lake water during the hottest, driest weeks. Kath Ross, CEO, under the headline, Henley Lake Facts Must Be Considered, in the Times Age of the 18th of April, claims that even prior to the blocked culvert and channel being cleared of tree roots and debris in February, no less than the maximum take flowed down the channel. I find that incredibly hard to believe, having seen and heard about the extent of the blockage. Is there any data that she can point to that supports such a claim numerically anyway? So what are the facts we're dealing with here? What is the maximum take? And what will the maximum take actually be in the new consent application? And what's the river flow rate that triggers low flow, unquote, by definition, when it will soon not be allowed to take water out of the river? So we need to know what that trigger point is really. What was the inlet flow last November or December prior to low flow restrictions? Given the fact that Kath is claiming that it wasn't making any difference to the flow into the lake. And is there any supplementary data any supplementary supporting data of that? Was it actually measured? After all, the CEO says the facts must be considered. Let's have some facts. The low flow situation highlights the importance of knowing the facts and assessing what to do. Investigating a bore to provide for flow into the lake when water cannot be diverted from the river, in my opinion, is a must do. It's likely that such an alternative would only need to be used for 8 to 10 weeks in the peak of summer to maintain flow, suppress algal growth, and maintain the lake level. Above low flow conditions, the simplest viable option should be routine, regular monitoring of the inlet channel and culvert, and ensuring water in the river can actually reach the start of the channel. That's critical. Anyway, in conclusion, the best course ahead, in my opinion, is also the simplest and most economically prudent, and that is 3 points. Number one, file for the most basic resource consent. Forget about expensive lawyers and environmental consultants. Number two, manage the course of the water from the river to the lake to keep it clear of obstructions with regular monitoring that indicates when action is needed. And number three, finally, investigate existing and or potential bore water options with a goal to have bore water available by the 31st of December this year, if not earlier, for evaluation over the next summer period. We'll then have a measure as to what effect it has on the clarity of the lake, keeping it free of algal bloom, toxins, and making it much more healthy for people and animals like dogs to actually use, and people to, enjoy and play on, whatever. And that's my submission.
Thanks very much, Gary. And it's very nice to have a person from Carlton interested in Henley Lake and in taking pleasure out of it. questions from the elected members?
Can I just say that it was more than just Carterton. It's these people that I've geocaching people that I've associated with, as per my written submission, they came from all over the place to contribute to environmental improvement of that facility.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. There's no other questions, David?
Oh, just a comment. Aren't we lucky to have people like Graham who's prepared to speak up at these submissions, because it's so important. And Graham, just thank you very much.
Tim?
Graham, I just really like the considered way you approach this. I think the way you came in just with that one issue, you've put a lot of your own time and effort into doing this, and you're a person who lives in Carterton. And I think we, as Masterton residents, we need to take note of that. And I think what you said about it being a real jewel in our crown is absolutely correct. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
No worries, thank you.
No other. Graham, is that a...
Yeah, Gary, thank you very much. You're pretty much being on the nail with just about everything you said. We do know those critical bloody low flow points and what we are allowed to take, but you're pretty well bang on. So thank you very much.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gary.
Thanks for the opportunity.
No problem at all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Campbell, apologies for keeping you waiting. I just realised that. And welcome to the hearing process. All the elected members have your copy of your submission, have read it. And it's for you today is to support, talk about and support your submission, and particularly expand on the key points. You have 7 minutes and 3 minutes for questions from councillors. And I've just got to remind people they're being live streamed and you're recorded. But welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sure.
Right, thank you. So my name is Campbell Gillum. I'm a health protection officer employed by Regional Public Health, and I'm based in and I live in Masterton. And I'd like to thank Council for the opportunity to present this verbal submission. There's a move both regionally and nationally, including through the proposed Greater Wellington Natural Resources Plan, to mandate the efficient use of water. And RPH agrees that the introduction of water metering can be a useful strategy for conserving freshwater resources, raise customer awareness of water use, and promote the values of water. It is possible, however, that water metering may in certain circumstances result in a disproportionate burden being placed on an already disadvantaged group. So metering enables variable charging regimes to incentivise the avoidance of excessive water use, and thus the setting of residential water tariffs is important. We recognise, however, that the setting of such tariffs is pretty complicated. It balances a number of factors such as cost recovery, supply and demand, including seasonal demand and efficiency, and equity issues. And Regional Public Health are obviously not experts in that process. However, we wish to comment in general terms around tariff principles. So the current council water meter tariff setting is an increasing block tariff, whereby as the volume of water consumed by individual properties increases, so does the price per unit of water. Currently, the minimum charge for use per quarter for 50,000 litres or below is $57. The price per 1,000 litres for consumption between 50,000 and 100,000 litres per quarter is $1.25, and the price per 1,000 litres for consumption over 100,000 litres per quarter is $1.60. So such a regime would seem to be based on the premise that those who consume more water pay a higher price than those who use less water, and RPH would support that approach in principle. With an increasing block tariff charging regime, often the intent of the lowest block threshold is to allow affordability by the lowest income householders. And it would seem that when council set this lowest block size, they did so with this factor in mind. A correctly sized, affordable block of water is important because the provision of potable water is an essential public health good. And often the lower income households or larger households may change their water use to meet their household budget. And such changes, where they're driven by water rate bills, may have the unintended consequence of increased health risks for households. For instance, reducing the frequency of linen washing that may have been recommended to a family to manage skin infections within the household, for instance. Thus, it is important that increasing block tariffs are set to avoid adverse health impacts. So 50,000 litres per quarter, which I spoke of before, equates to approximately 555 litres per day. I'm unaware of the average water consumption per Masterton residents, but literature suggests that New Zealand uses a large amount of water when compared to people in most other countries. Some estimates of New Zealand consumption are in the region of 230 litres per person per day, but a brand survey undertaken before meters were installed in Kapiti estimated that average use per person was in the vicinity of 184 litres per person per day, with a summer use of up to 204 litres per day. So then it is entirely possible, for instance, that a large household of maybe 4 adults or adolescents may use in the vicinity of 200 litres per day over and above the base block of 500 litres per day with just the usual household water usage, which would result that a significant portion of their water use is pushed into the next pricing band. It is likely that the greatest individual impact on household water usage and on residents' water bills is likely to be the presence of leaks, and the installation of meters should enable the identification of these, and the charging regime should encourage repair of those. It's likely, however, that beyond the repair of leaks, that the area where households can take the greatest water saving measures will be through the installation of low water use laundry appliances, more efficient toilets, and the installation of low flow shower heads. It is possible that these measures may be unaffordable for low income families, who may be the very ones who would most benefit from a reduction in water bills. Now, the ability for repair of leaks by property owners may be itself problematic, with repair of leaks less likely to be taken up by low-income households, which may potentially increase inequalities and place a greater impact on low-income families versus higher-income families. Many of these leaks will be major, long-standing, and not be under the control of the property owners, and potentially very expensive to repair. Regional Public Health suggests that Council considers support mechanisms for low-income families, for example, financial help with repairing leaks. And even though the cost of water may increase only a small amount for low-income households, that increase relative to more advantaged groups may create a disproportionate burden on already disadvantaged groups, and these charging steps are set proportionally with an appropriate balance between fixed and variable steps.
That's 6 minutes.
Thank
Campbell.
you. Yep. One more paragraph.
Yep.
Thank you. Regional Public Health believes that the opportunity exists for Council during this annual plan process to assess if there are likely to be any impacts on lower income households or other vulnerable groups arising from its water meeting pricing settings. So thanks.
Thank you, and thank you for the thought and the time that you spent in presenting that submission and its content. Questions from elected members?
Yeah, Campbell, g'day, Brent here. Hey, what data have you got from other areas that have either recently or previously installed water meters, and what has the impact been on lower socio-economic areas?
I haven't researched that. Carterton would be a good example, although Carterton set a very big lower block, so it would be difficult to tell. I did try to get hold of Kapiti and wasn't able to do that, so I haven't got that information, but I'm happy to do some more research on that.
Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you.
Bex?
Thank you, Campbell. I found that really interesting because I have to be honest, I hadn't considered that effect because I thought that the average water intake would be adequate, perhaps for most families. But now that we've got that kind of information and that thought, it will certainly encourage us to be much more aware of that situation with regards to low socio families and also for health reasons. So I think your presentation was invaluable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So it's just maybe just a case of tweaking the bands a bit, or it may need a bit more work. But I don't have the details of how much individual residences in Masterton use, but all I can go on is national figures or the figures I've researched. But thank you.
Tim?
Like Bex said, I can think of households. I know of one in particular where there's 14 people in the house, and these costs would be astronomical and the health impacts would be significant. I think the information you prepared, which I didn't really understand until you prepared it, is absolutely invaluable to our most vulnerable. So thank you, Campbell, for the time you put into that.
Thank you, Tim.
You're out.
Kia ora, Campbell. Thank you very much for highlighting the disparities that some of our vulnerable whānau will be experiencing, no matter what, whether it's water intake or whatever. We've got a lot of intergenerational whānau that live together, just like Tim alluded to, and some of the health impacts, and it's been really insightful, the information that you gave today. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Sandy?
Yeah, I mean, I've lived on water meters in Auckland, and it certainly does impact on your appetite for having a vegetable garden. And I'm saying that in light of our post-COVID return to being more self-sufficient.
I've been very surprised over the summer when we had to use washing machine water for the garden. I was absolutely amazed how much water a washing machine uses. And that's not something that people can really control. If they do try to reduce that, then there are potential health problems that do occur. So people are often in a no-win situation.
Yeah, I can tell you how much water it was. 8 buckets full per wash. I had to take them out to the garden. Anyone else with a comment? Well, once again, Campbell, thanks very much for the insightful presentation, and you raised some very, very valid points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, councillors.
No worries. And we have one other submission which wasn't placed on the agenda, and that's from Paddy Rimini and Joe Nuku, who are Wakaama, and they would like to present their submission now. Patrick, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Patrick?
Kia ora, Fraser. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Joe.
Kia ora.
Okay. Guys, in terms of the submission, we haven't received yours, and so we haven't read it. But we were interested in what you have to say, and you've got 7 minutes to expand on those points that you want to, and we've got 3 minutes for questioning. But we certainly appreciate you coming in and doing a presentation today. So I'm not sure who's starting it. I don't know. I'll leave it for the person who's the oldest or the youngest, or who does the most work. So I'll leave it with you, Patrick.
He's the oldest. Kia ora, Fraser. Hey, firstly, when I went in to have a look at it, I chose option B for Henley Lake. The key for me was I didn't really agree with any of the options. I agreed with sections of it, but not everything that was in there. But my concern is around taking water from the Ruamahanga during the period when the lake's at its worst, which is usually around a 3-month period. I feel like to take water from the river when it's at its low period, and then to ask if we should be allowed to apply for extra water to take from there and put into Henley Lake. I don't think that's the avenue to go. I feel like we need to utilise the wetlands that are there, maybe create a bigger capacity to hold water and utilise that space to keep the water within its own confined area. There's 2 wetlands, I believe, at the lake. There's one at the northern end on the riverside, and one at the southern end on the eastern side of the lake. I believe if the capacity to hold more water in those areas were utilised to keep the lake full, in that 3-month period when the lake's at its worst, we wouldn't need to utilise the river. There's a couple of reasons. Is the water quality of the river. I think the water quality is due to the amount of wetlands that is not utilised anymore along the river. If we could utilise the wetlands at Henley Lake, at least south of that, you could utilise that water to feed back into the river. And also the fact, if we were to keep during the time when we're most able to take water from the river, keep the lake at its full capacity, not at half capacity, at full capacity all year round until that 3-month period, we could shut that inlet off and then utilise maybe gravity feeding the wetlands from the lake. And the only option there would be we'd have to invest in some sort of pump to move the water from the lake, from the wetlands back to the lake, if that makes sense. But the other way, from the north wetlands down, you could gravity feed it. And like I say, it's for a 3-month period where the water's at its worst, especially in the Ruamahanga, which I believe we need to take care of. Over the last 10 years at least, it hasn't been the powerful force that it once was, and it's becoming less and less and less of that. So that's my viewpoint in terms of the lake.
Thanks, Patrick. What about you, Joe?
Hey, kia ora tātou. I think I've got a different spin onto it. I won't talk about the water level and how it comes into the lake. I'm going to talk to you about, as an educator, as a youth worker, dealing with our rangatahi here in the Wairarapa, and Wakaama is a vehicle that we can use to capture an audience that a lot of us probably do have some sort of connection with, or worked with, or been involved with, or had to apply for funding to support these youth and hold different capacities that we're all in. The reason why Henley Lake is really important to Māori is because it allows us to paddle on Ruamahanga. We're able to connect back to our whakapapa. We can't paddle on the Ruamahanga in its current water flow, how it looks. So it's a way that we are able to connect back to Ruamahanga, because Henley Lake is Ruamahanga, because the water that comes from into Henley Lake is Ruamahanga. So if we disconnect Wakaama, so I'm just going to talk about Wakaama from Henley Lake, we disconnect our people to be able to paddle on Ruamahanga. And the reason why I express the use of Wakaama, because a lot of our young boys in this community that are probably involved in things that we don't want them to be involved with, is that they don't have a male figure in their life. And so with Wakaama, you have more positive male figures, and not just Waka, probably even dragon boating as well, that these young men can connect to and be able to be around other men that have a positive attitude, and that may be able to connect to them and may be able to install in some values, some direction, some soft skills, allowing them to make some positive decisions in their life. So yeah, I understand the cost of all the water and all that sort of stuff, but I also the factor in that our people are important as well in regards to social elements and all that sort of stuff. And I think the convert has really highlighted that as well, because it's allowed whānau to reconnect with each other and the importance of going back home, importance of being with their whānau and all that sort of stuff. So if you go into this whole big picture of things, Henny Lake is very, very valuable to Māori. Very valuable, and not just to Māori. And I've paddled on that lake now for 16 years, and it's the best I've ever seen it. So whatever's happening, if the cleaning of the culvert or whatever that's done, it's made that lake the cleanest I've ever seen it. And there's turtles in that lake swimming around.
How important them?
Yeah, so Aroa Mai, I might have it might not be what we want to hear about how we can fix the problem of money wise and all that, but to me there's a bigger picture. There's a bigger picture for our Wairarapa community. Bigger picture.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Paddy. Questions from elected members, and one is Gary. Unmute, Gary.
First of all, Patrick and Joe, thank you very much. I mean, I know how passionate you two guys are. Paddy, I see you down there just about every night. The question I think that and the people looking in need to know, Paddy, is that the Wakarama competitively is very strong here in the Wairarapa, isn't it, as well? It's a real nursery for Wakarama.
Yeah, it is. It's exactly what Joe touched on. When there's a call for role models within a sporting group, really, in my mind, you don't have any peripheral stuff in terms of other sports that can get caught up in different aspects of life. With Wakaama, there's the values of the tikanga that come with Wakaama, and they are definitely something that that promote why it's been so successful within our group. That makes sense. It's not it's not a mainstream sport yet, but when looked at upon as a sport, the values and tikanga you get from it are second to no other sport in New Zealand.
Patrick, Tiro.
Kia ora koroa. I just want to say ngā mihi for your presentation today. Oh, well, just to know also that it's pretty special to me, ko Hiona taku papakainga. So, you know, Hiona has always been really close to my heart, and those, it was a wetlands anyway. And you mentioned the wetlands and how we could probably look at using that if we can grow it. Now, you know, do you think there's an appetite to learn more about that? Because I know the lake, in a sense, has a mauri, and especially for Wakaama, and how we can try to work together as a community. I mean, a lot of people get enjoyment from the lake as it is, and want to see the health and state of it be uplifted. And Joe, really take on board your comments about seeing the health of our lake, that lake now being, you know, being good. It could be better. It could be but better. So yeah, thank you very much. But I want to know, Paddy, what are some of your ideas, and maybe we should talk about that later, about ensuring those wetlands are, you know, developed.
Tim, Tina, then Lynn.
Good day, Paddy and Joe. Both nice to see you both. Hey, I just would like to know if there was a person who shared before, Tom from the Henley Trust, and he was interested in being part of a group that was really became people who oversaw the lake. Would you guys like to be part of that? Because I think she has a very similar vision to what you do. And also just to acknowledge for the work that you both do with the children in our town. I think it's astronomical and I've seen it firsthand. So thank you.
Tina?
Yeah, mine's just the comment around the turtles. I'm really sorry. Sorry to be sort of a bit of a downer. I know you guys are amazing. You're doing an exemplary job, but turtles are a noxious pest and they will knock out all sorts of things, and then we can't have them getting into the rivers here. So someone needs to let Doc know, because the only place for one of them is in your boiler, seriously.
Another source of food for you guys. Lynn?
I'll try and catch them. I'll try and catch them when I'm paddling around. I'll try and catch them this afternoon.
I didn't actually have my hand up, so I didn't have a question, but look, thank you, Paddy and Joe, for the work that you're doing, and particularly with Wakarama and our rangatahi. So thank you.
No other elected members to comment?
Yeah, just me, Fraser. Well, not just me, but
back.
Yeah, I know. It makes me look angelic, which is probably a shock to many. Joe, first of all, I'll start with you. Can you give me some examples, or give us some examples now of some of the changes you've seen in some of the rangatahi that you have been involved in over the last few years?
Yeah, definitely. I can give you years of changes, especially with a lot of our youth that come out of the east side. Some of these youth, unfortunate, not in high-income families. However, some of them now own their own businesses. And the reason for that is that they were able to explore out of Wairarapa and Wakarama. Rugby, you can't do that. You stay here in Wairarapa. Wakarama, we were able to take them to international, national, and regional events, and they were able to see that and grow confidence in themselves that they were able to achieve. So some of these young fellas now own their own businesses, and it could have been due to other things, but they started at Wakarama. Rugby didn't do it. No other sport done it. They were able to go out. And the most, I think, important factor is that we use mātauranga Māori and we use tikanga to influence some of their decisions so that they can really look at themselves and think, hey, I'm worth something. I can achieve something. I have the ability, and I'm proud to be where I'm from. And they were able to do that on a world stage and a national stage. So I think that's very important for our rangatahi to be able to do.
Beautiful. I know you've done some great work, both you and Paddy, around those areas. I just wanted the other elected members and those watching to be able to hear that. Patrick, you've been involved in Wakarama since a number of other sports have been calling retirement. How have you found it, and what are the benefits that you've seen in some of our youth from this?
Benefits. This is probably not the place to go into the benefits that it's had for me, because it'll get a little bit deep, but the benefits are second to nothing. I have been fortunate enough to be part of a lot of successful Wairarapa sports teams, but Wakarama has taken me to a new level, just within becoming a man or seeing how to nourish other people. Knowing that the skills that I've gained, I'm able to pass them on. I don't think I would have had any of that ability if I hadn't have taken up Wakarama. Like Joe and myself, we deal with a lot of youth, and it's not just youth. There's older people that we deal with as well that benefit from the fact that Wakarama is something they can connect with and still keep their mobility or their not their ego to be competitive, but that competitive mindset going, whereas a lot of our older people sometimes lose that ability to be competitive, just to be up and be motivated to move. A lot of our health issues are around immobility of our older people. I just think Wakarama, it's not second to anything else, especially within our region. Our region's a very small part of New Zealand, but we've got a lot of issues that are bigger than what our region is socially. And
Thanks,
I think our Wakama is
we're a little bit over time, allocated time, so I'll leave it there. But on behalf
Fraser,
of
Fraser, just like to say thanks to the both of you. You've given me some insights that I hadn't appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, and on behalf of the elected members, just like to thank you, Patty and Joe, for putting together those health, the food parcels and getting them out to the vulnerable people. So it's been much appreciated. Thanks.
Thanks, Fraser. Thanks, mate. Thanks, guys. And
that's the end of the number of submissions. We've just got to make a recommendation, and with the agreement of the meeting, we need to change the recommendation that was in the council papers to reflect that the final number of submitters who wanted to be heard needs to be amended to 19 instead of 21. Can I have a move for that, please? Thank you, David and Sandy, for seconding it. And all those in favour say not aye, but raise your hand. We'll go aye. Thanks, guys. And it's been the recommendation in the council this receives the submissions on the 2020-21 annual plan, noting 332 submissions were received, and of those 19 requested to be heard by council. And B, receives the submissions on the speed limit review, noting 119 submissions were received, and of those 7 have requested to be heard by the council. Can I have someone to move and second that recommendation? Thank you, Brent and Bex, for seconding it. That brings a close to the hearings meeting on the submissions. I would like to thank you all for your contributions, and I'd also particularly like to thank the staff and in particular there Harriet and Tanya for helping me through the whole process. So many thanks.
You've done a sterling job, Fraser.
Well done, Fraser.
Thank you.
Fraser.
Well done, Fraser. Yeah, well done, Fraser.